Okay, I think I resolved it. Regardless of what the audio sounds like at this point, I'm just gonna roll with it because otherwise I'm pretty much gonna have to bail on the stream in its entirety. Gonna double check to make sure it's actually on. Yeah, I was gonna say, I apologize for the audio. I have no idea how to fix it at this point, and I'm just gonna roll with it.
Yes, he reminds me of the king in that sense. Lambert too ascended the throne at a young age. Too young, if you ask me. And struggled greatly to adapt to many rigors of governance.
Guess you two knew each other a long time then. I heard you went to the academy together at least.
Yeah, like, I can see the two audio bars just, like, desyncing. I just don't know how to sync them back up. Yeah, that doesn't sync them up either. Yeah, I legitimately have no idea how to fix this, which kinda sucks. So yeah, unfortunately the audio in this episode is gonna be really janky, and I apologize in advance. I do not know why this is happening. Yeah, I know this is, like, ridiculously frustrating that I have no clue how to fix this. So, them's the breaks. Alright, I might troubleshoot for one more minute and then I'd like to get going. Yeah, let's just say I don't think I'm gonna be able to get past chapter 12 this go around, which is fine. Yeah, I think the best I can do for now is just to turn the volume down. So yeah, so basically in summary, I have no idea why the sound sounds glitchy. I have attempted to troubleshoot it for like 20 minutes, and I would kind of just prefer to keep going at this point. So yeah, as a forewarning, this entire stream/episode, if you're watching on the YouTube VOD, is going to have janky audio. I apologize in advance. Hopefully this won't be an issue tomorrow and in subsequent streams. Again, I have no clue why this is happening. I've tried to troubleshoot this for a bit. Oh well.
I've gotta ask, is Dimitri really much like his dad?
You would hardly be able to tell them apart were they in the same room now. Though Lambert did have a shorter temper. Still, they're birds of a feather compared to my son and I. The two of us are as different as the blackest night and the brightest day.
Yeah, you're not very similar at all. Your looks aside, of course.
If you're wondering where his stubbornness came from, that was entirely his mother. That's it. He has come to resemble me over the years, though mostly in ways I had hoped to avoid.
Meaning what?
He can't live without some great purpose in life urging him forward. There is no peace in such an existence. I know, because I'm the same way. As Lambert's right hand, I devoted every waking moment to serving him, supporting him. And when he was lost, so too was my reason for being. I had no choice but to search for something else to put me forth. In the end, after much consideration, I chose to devote myself anew to Lambert, to see through the promise I had made him.
And what was that?
That should his son ever lose his way, I would be the one to set him back on the proper course. But I won't be here forever. Thankfully, His Majesty is blessed with friends like you. Ones who are willing to ease the immense burden on his shoulders.
Funny. I feel like Dimitri's been helping me this whole time, not the other way around. But it's all a give and take in the end, right? You've done more than your fair share for me, too.
I'm glad to hear that, too. But to be frank, my own shortcomings have grown alarmingly clear of late. Enough to simply stand by his side and support. He needs someone to grab his hand and pull him in the right direction.
And you don't think you can do that? Even with Gustav's help?
At the end of the day, he and I are nothing more than His Majesty's retainers. We cannot view England through his eyes, but you stand on equal footing with him as a trusted friend. Such a bond is a rare thing indeed.
Dimitri's my leader, yeah, but he's a friend first. Probably that I'm not part of the nobility.
Is that the root of it, I wonder? If I recall, you were born in Alliance territory, yes?
Yep, in a remote mountain town off in Ortia lands. Honestly, I don't remember much more than that. And with this weird power and all, it's hard to say for sure where it came from.
Well, if you ask me, those things, your background, your abilities, don't matter much in the end. I can't blame you for being curious, of course, but we haven't put our faith in you because of whose child you are. The relationships you've built in your time here transcend whatever blood may flow in your veins.
Huh, what a wonderful human being. A true man of character.
Anyway, seeing as you're here, I was hoping you might be willing to share some of your wisdom with me. I would love to know a mercenary's thoughts on the proper location to stage an ambush, and where in that position our archers should take up posts.
Now we're talking. Let's see.
So this kind of hits hard because of a spoilery thing that happens
Azure Gleam. A trick of the goddess.
in the Blue Lines route of Three Houses. Let's just say Byleth has a heart-to-heart before crap goes down, as I will put it.
And of Regent Empire. However, attacks from the Kingdom Alliance erode the Empire's defenses in both the east and west. Amidst all this, General Randolph lists a certain mercenary company to advance his cause. Their forces to defend Hevring territory, the Empire's final bastion in the west.
Well, time to face Byleth again.
Let me get this straight. If they break Hevring land, there'll be nothing to stop the King's army from rolling straight to the capital.
That's right. The seat of Hevering's power, Modus, lies east of here, past the bottom in the Agma Mountains. It's essentially on Inbar's doorstep, the western gateway to the seat of power. Count Hevering and his men will make their last stand there. That is, if the Lions of Fargus come through us first. And of course, we will make every possible effort to defeat them, for whatever that's worth.
Never a good sign when you're calling something your last stand.
Indeed. And we've lost far too many of our most formidable generals, including Marquis Vestra. I've not the slightest idea what's befallen our forces at the capital, nor in the east for that matter.
Yes, the whole army's been feeling a little off lately. Thankfully, you and your squadron still have your heads on.
It's a sad state of affairs out there. Hardly any dependable leaders remain. Instead, we're left with those who take pride in looting and slaughter. Or compete to see who can reduce more villages to ash. Each and every one of them handpicked by His Excellency, the Regent.
Are you sure you should be telling secrets like that?
It's all right. I'd like you to have the full picture. Your company holds the key to victory in your hands. And with it, our very lives. Oh, but keep all that under wraps, if you would. It would bring the morale of my troops crashing to new lows were that to get out.
Usually mercs are backup for an army, not full-on replacements. But it is what it is. In any case, get the job done so long as you're paying.
Gerald, should I perish in this fight, you can consider your contract terminated. You'll be free to stop supporting the Empire in its foul descent into depravity.
Randolph.
You feeling any better? I have to say, I'm still not used to this new look of yours.
That makes two of us. But it will bother me less once I'm on the battlefield.
If you say so. With the war in the state it's in, the kingdom is throwing everything they've got at this thing. I don't know if it's that or something else, but I've got a bad feeling. So watch yourself out there.
I will. You do the same.
Oh, right. Meaning to give you this. Never used to be without it. Cuts like a dream. I want you to have it. Swords like this are given to captains of the Knights of Saros, and mine was just collecting dust in a band's convoy.
That's right. Luis mentioned you used to serve there.
That was a lifetime ago. I don't plan on swinging that sword ever again.
But are you sure you want to keep it away? It must be quite special to you.
I'd be happiest seeing you get some use out of it.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Be good to it, all right?
The general opposite us is a man by the name of Randolph. I hear tell he's related to the Empire's Count Burgley. To complicate matters further, he's hired Gerald's mercenaries to assist in their fight.
That man, huh? Can't say I'm surprised.
The Imperial Army has gathered their forces in Hevring territory, with said mercenaries composing the core of their offense. I expect they'll engage us in the woodlands, an ideal location for the warfare they specialize in.
Then we'll have to look for traps and ambushes as we advance. More than usual, that is.
They're placing a great deal of faith in Gerald, trusting the front line to his company.
Perhaps there are no other giants for them to rely on.
This is our chance then. We'll be in a great spot if we can land a decisive blow on the Empire.
Absolutely. They're bound to start feeling the heat over in Enbar once we get a solid foothold here in Hevring territory.
Yes, and the enemy is surely well aware of that fact. No doubt that's precisely why Gerald is among their ranks.
He and his company are incredible fighters. But there's more to it than that. They all have immense discipline. As long as they can afford the cost, I can see why the Imperials would trust them over some of their less experienced generals. I didn't expect us to be facing them again so soon. We had best be ready. Though truly, I wish we could fight alongside them for once instead.
Probably just steer clear of them entirely. There's no point throwing our lives away against an opponent we can't beat. All we've got to do is take down their general, Randolph, and the mercenaries will scatter.
Oh, come now. You're strong enough to defeat the demon if you want. I know you are. But if this is how you'd like to handle it, I'll still be in your corner helping you every step of the way. Whatever we decide to do, we will need a sound strategy if we are going to win.
Strategy, huh? Maybe something like a huge surprise attack on the Imperial position.
A bold suggestion, Sylvain. You remind me of your father when he was young.
I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment or what.
Margrave's been managing the conflict in the North for decades now, hasn't he? I'd say it's a great honor to be compared to him.
Ah, such fine memories. All of his strategies seem to involve sending me and Lambert to thrust through the enemy lines on our own.
Yeah, going straight to the suicide charge every time doesn't sound all that strategic to me.
At any rate, I have full faith that our combined might be up to the task at hand. We must succeed.
Wow, that's a lot. So yeah, like I said, I should be able to do at least this entire chapter, and beyond that I'll have to see what the time is. So this is the chapter I was talking about where it's gonna be really questionable what happens. I'd like to hear from everyone. Please share any suggestions you have. Dexterity, speed, or resistance.
I've been thinking. I won't let you down.
Now then.
That's settled then. Ready yourselves for battle. Alright, time to go talk to everybody. What's the matter, Arvel? You look really worried. I'm feeling agitated, but I don't know why. I thought I'd be taken prisoner, but instead I'm being treated as a general. What were they thinking? It'd be such a pain if they expect me to persuade the Imperial forces in this coming fight. I don't know what they got planned, but either way, they clearly value you.
This is unfortunate.
In that case, I suppose I should thank them, whoever holds me in such irritatingly high esteem.
Do you have a minute?
Have you heard about the dance master that lives in Martin territory? They apparently won the White Herring Cup dancing competition. I had no idea such a contest even existed. I wonder what style of dance they do. So yeah, this particular map is when the dancer class gets activated.
Got a second?
I don't get it. Why do Gerald's mercenaries keep siding with the Empire when they're losing? At this rate, the only thing the Imperial Army can offer them are losing battles and table scraps, right? Maybe they want to steer clear of the kingdom for some reason. Actually, didn't their captain used to head the Knights of Saros back in the day? So it could have less to do with the kingdom or alliance and more to do with avoiding the church. The best case scenario in my book is turning our enemies into allies. Considering all the battles we have ahead of us, I'd like to avoid whatever unnecessary casualties we can. Oh, Gabby, have you come to pray as well? Everyone has their own reasons for fighting. It's not even about good or evil most of the time. So at the very least, I want to pray for those who have lost their lives. May they rest in peace. Oh, Goddess. We fought so many familiar faces in the last battle. So many old friends. Professor Manuela, Professor Hanneman, Monty, Lynn, Connie. Oh, she actually calls her Connie. I'm so glad some of them listened to reason and joined us. But there were so many who couldn't be spared. Perhaps I should have died with them.
Yeah.
I get what you're trying to say, but it's up to us to make sure their sacrifices lead to a peaceful future. You have to survive so you can save more lives moving forward. I hope you're right. Maybe someday I'll see it that way too. His Majesty's mood is different from last year. It was almost as if he was too dignified before. It made him somewhat unapproachable. I like him better now. He's much more cheerful around camp, too.
Do you have a moment?
It might be impudent at a time like this, but since we have traveled this far west, I would very much like to visit the coast to the north of here. Are you familiar with the Rhodos coast? It's just north of Lake Tutates. I've heard of it, but it's quite a ways from here. Going out there now is out of the question. Oh, you certainly do not mince words. It's a place very near and dear to my heart, you know. But you're right, it is rather far. Perhaps I will visit it once the war has ended. A lot of people are getting fired up now that we pushed the Empire back this far. They say Garrick Mock's as good as ours, but I'm not so sure.
Let's see.
Garrick Mock sits in one of the most strategic locations in Fodlan. It's not your average stronghold. Yeah, but if that's what the higher-ups in the church are aiming for, then Rhea will have no choice but to move. The Cardinals and the others are still alive, after all.
Greetings, friend.
Greetings, Commander. Nothing to report. This encampment is like our home during this expedition. I'll be sure to keep it safe so you can fight without any worries. The girls are united!
How wonderful.
To think I'd be reunited with my dearest Happy, and here of all places. Must be a miracle granted by the goddess herself. Yeah, I worked my tail to get here. You did too, didn't you, Coco? So first you made Coco betray the Empire, now she's gotta fight for the kingdom. Is that what's going on?
What do you think?
Yep, but we're definitely appreciate your
Can I
help.
be of use?
Refusal was never an option to begin with, but in any case, I will do my utmost to support you. Let's maybe not promise that, Coco. You'll change your soon as it gets cloudy.
So,
The Western Empire bore almost no trace of the previous war, but this current conflict has damaged the towns and cities of the area yet again. They were destroyed and rebuilt, only to get destroyed again. Seems like such a foolish cycle, but maybe that's the only way humans can move forward. Oh, I'm rambling again, aren't I? Hey, dude, just out of curiosity, what's that in your hand? It's the pen His Majesty broke during the War Council. Yeah, things got pretty heated with everyone talking over each other. Must have been hard on His Majesty as well, considering how easily and often he breaks pens. Indeed, he was terribly despondent when he saw it break this time.
Let's see.
Maybe we can figure out a way to keep him from accidentally breaking them. Like, what if we give the pen a name? He's less likely to break something he's attached to. That might actually work. I'll have to run it by His Majesty next time. His strength really comes in handy on the battlefield. I actually used to be jealous of it. But now I understand the burden it brings. I'm sure there are people who are afraid of him too. Yes, unfortunately, more than a few consider him to be some kind of monster. If I'm not mistaken, we should be getting closer to my home. Or maybe not. I've been holed up so much I don't know where we are anymore. Nah, you're right. Varley territory is just beyond Hevering, isn't it? Wait, what? No, they're gonna brand me a traitor and kill me! Oh, I just remember, my father should be at Garrick Mach anyways. Well, I'll be happy as long as I don't have to see him. Yeah, screw Count Varley, I'll keep saying this.
Right.
The land in this region is so fertile and the climate differs greatly from the kingdoms. It's hard to describe my feelings looking at this landscape after all I've seen in Galatea. I can also understand why the people of Serang are trying to seize our lands in Fargus. But I mustn't let envy cloud my vision. Instead, I'll focus on what I can do for my home.
How can I serve?
The man charged with defending Hevering territory, Randolph, is actually related to Count Burgleys. Not by blood, mind you. He's the previous Count's stepson from his second wife. He desperately wants to make a name for himself in this war and establish a house of his own. Of course, who knows whether his new house would even have a future in the current empire.
In truth.
His Majesty has asked for my counsel regarding strategic matters more often as of late. He's already an excellent leader, especially for one so young. I'm happy to advise him whether he needs it or not. Dimitri seems to really trust you. How do you know so much about tactics anyways? When you have studied the records of the Saints as much as I have, it's only natural to glean some of their tactical knowledge. Saint Keyhole in particular was known as a tactical genius and played a key role in many historic victories. He also penned a book on military strategy. I recommend reading it should the opportunity arise. There have been so many people fleeing the Empire lately. Of course, I want to help those in need, and it's good if some of them end up joining our army, but I'm worried we wouldn't notice if one of them happened to be a spy. Good point. Should probably take a look around for anyone suspicious at the very least. I'll keep my eyes peeled too. I'm sure it'll be fine, but I can't hurt to be careful. After all, we can't afford to lose this battle. There's no room for error. We suffered so much at Magdred and in Arendelle territory because of Gerald's mercenaries. My friend even lost their life at the hands of the Ashen Demon. We must win for those who were taken from us. Defeat is not an option.
Come to think of it.
You know, it's been a while since I've seen Lady Rhea. We exchange letters regularly, but I still worry about her. This business with the Western Church has probably piled on more on her plate. Hope she didn't take on more than she can handle.
Hey, got a minute?
So I got this old buddy, right? His name's Holst. The guy can rip demons to shred in his sleep. And he doesn't even have a crest. Man's a force of nature. But Dimitri's pretty strong too, isn't he? I wonder who would win in a fight. Well, I'll just have to let him take a crack at him first. If he can't beat me, then Holst will wipe the floor with him for sure. So relieved we didn't have to take Constance's life. She's a dear friend of mine from back when I lived in the Empire. Pains me that we're forcing her to betray them, but I also get so much joy out of fighting alongside her. It's selfish of me, I know.
Excuse me. We must speak.
I went visiting to where my father died, but of course there was nothing to be seen. Almost no one in Fodlan remembers. This is good in its own way, I think.
Huh?
Why is that good? You don't want them to remember? I do not. My father was an enemy of Fodlan. I'm having certainty of this. If we think of our future friendship, people forget the bad, and then it could be fading away. Do you not think so? I know we're trying to end the war as quickly as possible, but barging in someone else's homeland and trashing the place just doesn't feel right. Yeah, I hear ya. It's either to feel good about it when I think we're the one I think about who we're fighting to protect. That's true. I just can't help but think about how after all this is done, I'm gonna take over the inn and live a carefree life. I want it to hurt anyone as an innkeeper. I will be overseeing our main base's defenses per our discussion with His Majesty, which means I won't be able to accompany all of you. Do not try to slow His Majesty down, Felix. Please. Me slow him down? I'll be the one dragging him to the enemy's door. I'm certain His Majesty would find that most reassuring. I look forward to seeing what you will accomplish, Felix. You're the one who needs to keep his ego in check. Try not to embarrass yourself, old man. Geralt's mercenaries again. Feels like we've fought them 100 times since the war started. We got the Empire backed into a corner, but I wonder if this will be the last time we see of them. I don't care if we defeat them or force them to surrender. I just don't want to have to fight them anymore.
Right.
Balthus, Constance, Happy, all the usual suspects are here. Up until 2 years ago, I lived with them underground as part of the Ashen Wolves house. The Ashen Wolves? I don't remember that house from the Officers Academy. It was called a house, but really it was a home for young ones who had no place left to go in the world. It was a comfortable place for people with special circumstances like us.
Hear me out.
Wow, meeting the boss again was really something. What a guy. We hadn't spoken or seen to each other in over 2 years, and he still remembered me. Gotta tell the others from Abyss that I bumped into him.
A moment of your time.
Word has it that the Minister of Domestic Affairs, Count Hevering, is a rather capable fellow. Perhaps this is why there has been relatively minimal destruction and looting in this area. Or it could just be that the cities in this territory are so developed they can withstand more damage. Apparently it's assembling forces in the city of Magus, but I wonder if we will even need to engage in combat. The Alliance forces have entered Imperial territory, but their wariness of the infamous Count Burgleys has had them in a stalemate. Or at least that is how it appears. In reality, is a pretext to draw the attention of the Imperial forces on the Eastern Front. It's another one of the Blackguard Claude foolhardy schemes, but is more than serving in its purpose. At least for the time being, the Imperial Army cannot devote any forces to the west. Our victory is all but assured.
How can I be of service?
Pardon me, Commander. Is there truly no way for us to avoid an altercation with Geralt's mercenaries? Maybe we could keep our distance from them and focus instead on attacking the Imperial forces, though I suppose we have no information as to their whereabouts. If only we could deploy some strategy that would allow us to glean their location. We already know what Geralt's mercenaries are capable of. We may have superior numbers, but they could still claim victory over us. That said, Hevering territory is a key strategic location. We cannot simply bypass it. We spoke earlier with Rodrigue and the others about prioritizing the defeat of the Imperial commander. Therefore, I propose we leave the base in Rodrigue's care and strike at the heart of the Imperial forces ourselves. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely.
Sounds solid enough, though I doubt it'll be a walk in the park. True, Geralt's mercenaries will likely see to that. Fortunately, we have battle-hardened veterans like Sedith and Rodrigue on our side. I need not come to a conclusion on my own. I'll solicit more opinions before making my decision. Fighting mercenaries is one thing, but going against Sir Alois just feels wrong. He's so good-natured and his terrible jokes always make people laugh. Well, at least a few of the knights got a kick out of them. Anyways, we all thought he was a swell guy. Can't believe that things turned out this way. Alright, go ahead and save before I start dealing with camp activities. Alright. Time to go do camp activities, and then we can head out for battle. I am heading the wrong direction. There we go.
Care to make yourself useful?
Well, and doing Chapter 12 is good in case there's any new paralogs, too.
We'll see it done speedily.
We'll figure something out.
We all must care to make yourself useful?
Counting on you both.
I don't know.
Sure.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Nothing to the dynamic. No big deal for this.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
I've got nothing to worry about with the two of you on the job.
I can only hope to repay a fraction of the kindness you have shown me, both above and below ground, my dear Happy.
You've done for me, Coco. So let's just take it one step at a time like always.
It's nice that, like, Happy's a really supportive friend, like, she knows, like, what she's like in the date or in the light and the darkness, so, like, she knows how to, account for her mood swings. Or not mood swings, but just mood shift.
Counting on you both.
I'll do.
Well, it sounded like, in terms of the Black Eagles, like, Edelgard's being controlled, Ferdinand and Hubert retreated, and Caspar, question mark. Probably he's with his father, but I don't know that for certain. Well, then the Death Knight's still out there, too.
Let's get...
Right.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful.
Counting on you both.
Indeed. Let's give it our best.
I am confident you'll be impressed with my efforts.
We all must do our fair share.
Alright, support time.
I'm tired. Time to find a good spot for a nap. Bernadetta? Why are you skulking in the weeds?
No reason! Not getting in the way of people's love at all! No, sir!
Huh? But I'm alone here. I see. That.
Yeah, that! It's out walking when I saw them! A man and woman together in the woods! Getting... hated.
Well, neither of them seems to be dead yet.
They're on a secret date, you... not fighting!
Regardless, how does two lovers stealing a moment alone lead to you curled up here in the fetal position?
'Cause I'm hiding! I mean, if I messed up their date, they might try to get revenge on me!
Relax. To them, you're no different than a pebble on the side of the road.
Hey, I'm not a pebble! I mean, sure, sometimes I wish I was just a rock, but...
Then just roll away quietly. You'll be fine.
Just roll away quietly. Hey! Yeah! Wait, no! They'd see me! Stop trying to get me killed!
We've made a racket over here to raise the dead, and they haven't even noticed. I think it's safe to say they're in their own little world. Still, good for them, sharing words of love when either one could die tomorrow.
Wait, they could die.
They're both soldiers who serve on the front lines. I doubt a rosy future awaits them.
No, that's not true. Couples sharing their love and defying destiny are a staple of classic fiction.
Sure, but the fact it wouldn't happen in reality is what makes it such a good story, right?
Wait. There are tons of stories where two people who have sworn their blood don't ever meet again.
Likely because that's something people are familiar with from their own lives.
Okay, so which is it? I believe those two can be happy together, so they can, right?
I hope that's the case, but reality is cruel. Anyway, I've talked myself right to sleep.
Come on, sleep there. Uh-oh. Guess I'd better try that turn into a pebble and roll away quietly plan.
Linar just collapses, that's funny.
Never thought we'd get the chance to fight side by side again. It was a total surprise, to be honest. But I'm actually pretty happy with how things shook out. I know. You're still as cold as ice, you know that? Would it kill you to say you're happy to see me or something? Sorry to disappoint. Nah, I kinda missed it. Besides, that's just how you are. So, what have you been up to since you left the Knights?
I spent some time in Leicester as a mercenary. People know me there, but you already knew that. You sent for me, didn't you?
You mean back battle at Aryan Road, right? Actually, Knights were just throwing my name around to recruit all the mercenaries they could. I had no idea you'd be one of them.
Huh. So it really was a coincidence. What about you? Still serving Rhea's sword?
Lady Rhea. I'll let that slide since you're not a Knight of Saros anymore. To answer your question, yes. No matter who I'm swinging it at, my sword will always belong to her. Honestly, I was surprised to hear you'd slipped away after repaying your debt to Lady Rhea. You didn't even say goodbye. I'm furious.
I guess sneaking out was the right call.
I was running around, shouting that I'd track you back to Garreg Mach and kill you myself. Then Lady Rhea took me to task. She said it wasn't fair for me to impose the church's values on someone who wasn't from Fodlan.
Sounds like I owe her another one.
For what? I wasn't really going to kill her.
I'll take your word for it. You know, I fought alongside a lot of people since I left, but you're still the only one I trust at my back.
So what you're really saying is that you missed me, wish you never left?
You basically said the same yourself, didn't you? But yes, I did miss you. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. For once, I'm glad I was wrong.
Look at that! You have changed.
Let the ship sail.
And I did the same. Really. I couldn't ask for a better partner than you. But if you disappear again, so help me, I really will hunt you down.
Then the next time we go somewhere, I'll just have to drag you with me.
I mean, to be fair, in their A support in Three Houses, like, Shamir jokes about Catherine proposing, so, like, it's not even that much of a stretch to say it's a ship. Alright, time for some training.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Alright, so now I can get 2 more people to train, which is good because I have more people. Alright. Definitely get Rodrigue training a bit. Yeah, I'll get Flame training. And Sylvain's good to go, so I'll swap him out for Sedath. I did not mean to do that. Oh well. Alright, swap out Dimitri for Bernie.
Time to
With proper training, you'll be unstoppable.
Allow me to assist with any matter. Let me know if I may be of...
Well, how'd it go? Any result's a good result.
What's wrong, Ingrid? You look troubled.
Oh, no, it is nothing. Don't worry about it.
It had to be something if you're just standing there staring off into space. You can always talk to me, you know. I might not be much help, but...
It's this land. It is so fertile. I cannot help but be amazed.
It is an unusually bountiful region for Farkas, and a beautiful one at that. It doesn't have nearly as much snow as the north, and multiple rivers flow through it. I could scarce take my eyes off of that wheat field we passed earlier.
My home does not have anything as lovely as that. It's nothing but a barren, rocky wasteland. And the soil we do have is so poor, even the weeds disdain it. We have tilled the ground, removed rocks, and sowed seeds in hopes that our descendants might one day benefit, but, well, who knows how long it would take for us to have large, fruitful fields like the ones here.
Our blood, sweat, and tears will drench the land, serving as nourishment for those who come long after. You may not accomplish it in your lifetime. The effort will definitely pay off down the road. Or, that's what I think.
Those are the words of King Lug, yes? From Lug and the Maiden of Wind. That is one of my favorites.
Yeah. Hearing you talk about your homeland actually reminded me of another part. At one point, it used the phrase, barren as the land of Dagda. I'm sure it's just some term the poets created long after Lug, but I'm curious. So I went and tracked down a travel journal about Dagda.
I haven't read many travel journals. What did it say?
It spoke of a crop that grew easily, even in their infertile soil. Apparently it's really filling, and it's amazing when boiled or baked.
It sounds too good to be true. Like a crop out of a fairy tale.
If only I knew what it was called. Sure might be able to tell you more about it.
My homeland would greatly benefit from cultivating a plant like that.
Can't say for certain if it'll actually grow there, but it's probably worth looking into. If there's anything I can help, just say the word.
I am sure a royal knight has better things to do than worry about the problems of House Galatea.
This isn't about my station. I'm just a pal lending a hand. Besides, I grew up poor. I know what it's like to go hungry. No one should ever have to experience that.
Thank you, Ash. In that case, our first task is to look deeper into this miracle crop of yours. I wish we could wait until this war is over, but that would take too long. I want to learn all I can about it as soon as possible. Oh, this is so exciting.
Agreed. Now we just have to survive long enough to uncover its secrets.
Wow, I didn't realize Yuri and Sedith had support conversations. Interesting.
Yuri, may I have a word with you? Sedith, did you need something? If you want to talk business, we can go somewhere private.
No, it is nothing of the sort. I happen to see you speaking with a scholar. I'm curious as to the nature of your conversation. You seemed quite absorbed.
Oh, so you saw that, did you? Well, I suppose you'd be familiar with the topic. I was trying to learn about the legend of the 10 elites.
That is rather diligent of you.
I'm impressed. Nothing diligent about it. I didn't quite receive the same education as my noble peers. It's said that the goddess granted the 10 elites power in the form of crests, allowing them to defeat the evil that threatened Fodlan. That power freed them from the ravages of age, and even saved them from death.
So the legend goes. It is also said that some crest bearers live much longer than those without. There is even a theory which posits that Nemesis, the king of liberation, lived for several centuries.
Is that so?
I do wonder, however, why such a subject would interest you.
Well, I suppose I can help you. The truth is, I wanted to figure out who exactly I am. Given your position, I'm sure you know the crest I bear.
Indeed, I do. I must admit, its discovery upon your enrollment at the Officers' Academy came as quite a surprise. After all, you bear the crest of Oban, thought to have been lost long ago.
An extremely rare crest. Yet I have no idea where it came from, my mother's status being what it is. I don't have the slightest clue who my father is or where he was from. I'd never once said that I was my mother's son. I found out about my crest. It's made me question everything I've ever known about myself.
I see. So you yourself do not know the origin of your crest?
But then I'd heard the 10 elites were born with their crests. So I figured that would be a place to start digging.
No matter the nature of your crest, I am certain you do not resent the power that dwells within your blood. Check, and you shall find your way.
You sound just like the scriptures. But I appreciate the encouragement. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to.
Said it is like I'm on to you. Alright, so that wraps up the prep work involved. Although while I'm thinking about it, I should probably go get Linhardt and Constance set up now that they've officially joined the party.
My instruction comes at a high price.
And I'm almost out of money.
Your daily studies.
Woohoo! Alright, let's get Constance and Linhardt set up. Alright, so that should be the end of all the prep work involved. Alright, to the war map. A Night of Wonder. So yep, 2 paralogs got unlocked. That's why I'm fairly confident I'm not gonna make it past this chapter. Because I'm going to do the paralogs first. I'll do this one first. The Ashen Wolves Reunion. The Ashen Wolves are together again to render aid to the residents of Garrick Mach Abyss. And that's cool. There's actually a paralog with Constance, Annette, and Mercy. That's cool.
What'd you bring the 5 of us together for, Yuri? We beating someone up? I'm always ready for that kind of thing.
Is always the same with you, Balthus. How can you possibly be so uncouth in my presence? Not to mention our dear frail Happy here. Stop thinking with your fists and use your brain.
Who you calling frail, Coco?
It was a figure of speech, dear Happy. Nothing more.
We've been top for a while, and you guys haven't changed a bit. You really think I'd call you all here just to lay a beating in this one? We're too busy for that. I've got a favor to ask of you all. Oh, and you as well, if that's all right.
If this is the crew you gathered, it must be important. Count me in.
That was almost suspiciously easy. But I'm not going to lick this gift horse enough. Let me fill you in on the details of this. Some old friends of ours, rogues from Abyss, are in trouble. They've been caught up in some kind of struggle, and now bandits are after them. Considering the circles they run in, we're the only people to help them.
Got it. Definitely still in.
You should know better than to take your face value. No doubt much of what he says True, but I am certain there is another angle to it as well. One which benefits himself.
I take care of my own. That's
Yuri is pissed.
I think the point is that there are folks from Abyss who need help, right? So let's quit bickering and go help already.
This is no time for anyone to be arguing with shady lady here.
How dare you! I am not the one who is constantly scheming one thing or the other.
Yuri Bird, go.
Happy's like, I swear I will sigh if you continue this.
Hey, save some of that fire for the fighting.
Yeah, you can air all your grievances at the bad guy.
Exactly. You're actually sometimes, friend.
Wow.
So you usually think the things I say are dumb? Hey, wait, maybe you're right.
Yeah, but you're funny, so it all evens out.
That doesn't help.
Anyway, it's time for the thing. You know, the thing to get us fired up before we roll out. Used to do it in Abyss all the time.
Our house doesn't exist anymore. But if it means we can finally get going, very well. Let's do this, wolves. Oh, and you too, Mike.
Let's go! Yeah, of course, we're taking Happy right into battle. Or, excuse me, Constance. The Nether Sigh, oh my gosh.
Seems like our friends fled into the mountains. To get there, we'll need to take strongholds.
No! Enemies! I gotta get out of here!
We're here, and we won't let any of you die. They were probably talking about me. Well, that's something.
There were plenty of folks with bounties on their heads in a bit. But no one can begin to match the price on yours.
You're the one who sends monsters, yeah? Happy or whatever. Well, time to open up.
You've got the wrong person. I don't have any idea how to summon monsters. I swear.
And I'm sorry to ask, but please rescue the folks in the mountain too.
The fantastic king of grappling is the case.
Wait, they think that is me? Well, I don't want that on my conscience. Gets better.
That time already.
Huh? Wait. Why is there a monster over there? The wrong person. Come on!
You're done!
I'm guessing we'll follow the path to the monsters now.
Yeah, I think you can normally only control 4 units at a time, so basically you have to pick the 3 Ashen Wolves you actually want, and the 4th person will just be an auxiliary person helping you out.
Your beauty has not spread as fast as that of your abilities. If you are confused with a random man,
I'm removed. Still, do you think that mage was working for the lady who kidnapped me?
Alright, Balthus, you're up. Whoa! Couple punches in, they should be done. Alright, cool.
Hey, you'll be real proud of me. I didn't sell you out for nothing. What's all the commotion? Harder attack than fight back, you idiots!
Alright, all the rest of the party go that direction.
It would seem their leader made himself known.
Alright then.
Are you bothering us? What's this not even mean to you?
These people defy labels. Allies, family. Why am I even bothering with you?
Alright, cool.
Is it over?
The enemy is some distance away. I will try to use my sorry excuse for magic to attack.
What was that? Magic?
What is she aiming at?
Oh dear. It seems my other side has been doing some experimenting, and my magic got a bit out of hand as a result.
Does that mean you can stop it now? Because we're getting alive over here.
Apologies, but I fear my native intellect is not up to the task.
It's over!
Ta-da!
I'd have to be more worried about friendly fire than the actual enemy.
It seems the goddess has not forsaken us quite yet. I was able to put a stop to it.
Okay, that was weird. Well, back.
Alright, time to go take down the thieves.
Oh look, here comes the big boss. Better get this over with.
I'm just trying to make a dishonest living.
I understand this is how such folks make their living, and I have certainly been there. But these rogues are our rogues, and we are going to protect them.
Yeah, hands off our roads.
Hands up, Hey, wait a second. When did this lot become our rogues?
Alright, mission accomplished. Yay!
I'm beat. Let's get out of here.
Looks like it's over. You folks go ahead. I want to talk to these rogues.
Now that's how it's done.
Well, things would have been pretty hairy with just the four of us. I mean, we've got this guy pulling bounties in from across the continent.
Hey!
And this gal summoning monsters.
Not my fault.
Also, totally necessary.
And finally, the Grand Sorceress who rained pain down on friend and foe alike.
Even your condemnation is far too kind. I was of no help whatsoever.
Hey, everyone did what they could, and we all had a hand in the victory.
Yeah, it worked out, and so buck up.
It was nice to blow off some steam at any rate.
And I'm certain my other staff was pleased to do more field tests with the new spell, though at the expense of my complete and utter mortification.
Well, I've still got my complaints, but I suppose I gained something from this too.
Oh yeah? What's that?
I went ahead and hired folks we saved. I made it look like I was doing them a favor, and those in debt never seem to ask questions of their saviors. I'm feeling a bit short-handed anyway, so it all worked out.
You're always looking for an angle, Yuri. That's the one thing about you that never changes.
What do you mean, the one thing? What are you trying to say? What else changed?
You know, actually, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, so now I have changed? Do you even know what you're saying? Or words just falling out of your mouth faster than your brain can make them?
Pretty much, yeah. Clearly he hasn't changed either.
Well, I have certainly changed. Alas, I lost all of my hopes and dreams.
Are you kidding? That is 100% you.
You four are old friends.
We're quite the quartet, alright. But hey,
Yeah, party!
Plus, I could use some help babysitting us a lot. They call us the Abyssal 4. If we're 5, we'll have to change that name.
Psst. Constance, did anyone ever call us that?
It's hard to say. Sadly, my feeble memory has all wasted away.
we were probably called that. I mean, it's not like Yuri Bird to just things up.
Hey, what's with you guys?
Poor
Do you wanna be
Yuri,
part of this group
jeez.
Or not? And here I was thinking we'd all go and celebrate our victory. Guess it's just gonna be the two of us, friend.
Sure, I guess.
No fair. It should at least be the three of us.
Hey, if you're you know I'm in. Also, you're right. I think we were called the Abyssal 4 at some...
Wherever you lead, dear Yuri, I shall follow. For I have no desires of my own. I will happily feast upon whatever meager morsels you see fit to scatter before me.
Yapping. Let's get out of here already.
Party! Alright. Constance is ready to test out a revolutionary new spell in the dead of night, as is her wont. But tonight, the intrepid young mage is in for more than she bargained for. It's gonna be so cool to see Annette and Constance interact.
You wanted to see Constance? Oh, and hey, Annette. Mercedes.
You, my friend, are lit. And after I specifically told you to hurry, too. For shame, I say.
Okay, let's all take a step back here. It's not like you were standing around for hours. Plus, you're the one who waited until the dead of night to ask for me. You've got to at least give me some time to get ready before you start grumbling, yeah?
Pitiful! If this is the limit of our preparations, we should best ready ourselves to be slaughtered in our tents during a surprise raid.
Not really the same thing, but okay.
Well, now that I'm here, can someone tell me what all this urgency is actually about?
I desire your assistance in testing a bit of magic I've developed. I've been working tirelessly on it these past 2 years. And last night, I finally had a breakthrough. This is a magic to surpass all others. One with nearly unlimited power and range. 'Tis a magic that will revolutionize the very world. And tonight marks its debut.
And since I'm not certain she's going to get around to this part, her task requires a very rare gemstone. Thankfully, Constance got her hands on one yesterday, which is why she's ready to test it now.
It was originally just going to be the three of us, but then we figured having a little muscle around might not be the worst idea in the world, so naturally, we thought of you.
Makes sense. Sure, I'm in.
Wonderful. Well then, let's be off.
All right, the materials are all ready, so we can start the test anytime.
Yes! Finally, all is in order. Permit me to introduce you to the ultimate magic. That ruined castle in the distance for an excellent target.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Fire.
Yeah, schemes.
Hey, slow down! There be people living in there, so we can't just...
Help! Someone, help!
Voice came from the castle. You didn't cast your spell yet, right?
No, not yet. Which means that voice is...
Please, help! Captured everyone in the village!
Shut up and move your feet. Ain't no one gonna hear you all the way out here anyway.
Bandits. And they're headed right for the castle.
There's time to go back and get reinforcements. We'll have to put them on ourselves.
You're right. We have to help those poor people.
Just when my experiment was so close to fruition. Still, I can never forgive myself if I abandoned people in need. Let us be off with all haste.
Let's go! Rescue the villagers.
Let this den of kidnappers return to dust by the power of my magic.
Alright.
Just do as I planned. I shall take it from here.
Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
I'll give it 1,000%. People are being held captive in here, and we have to rescue them.
You're right. We can't just abandon them no matter how scary it might be.
The time has come for my new spell to be unleashed.
We're sure the people we're trying to rescue won't get caught in it, right?
Not a problem.
I'm all right.
Just do as I let me at him.
You're on a roll now. Let's keep it up.
Is it time yet? Can I use my new spell now? Why won't you let me use my new spell?
Well, I don't see any villagers around, so sure. Knock yourself out.
Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
Not a problem. I've got this.
I'll give it 1,000%. Leave everything to me.
Just do as I planned.
Take a breather.
Here I go. The net time. Behold my magnificent new spell, and drink deep of its power.
Holy crap. Wow, that's like every type of magic at once.
Did you see? What power? What grace! All has been reduced to rubble in a stroke.
Our face! What happened to our beautiful face?
That was amazing. I think we're gonna win in no time. I don't know what kind of magic that was. Let's get out of here.
magic is based on. We might be able to make it even more powerful with a couple of tweaks. Annie? Try to focus on.
There's like, I know you guys are magical geniuses, but let's pause for a minute on that. Oh, I gotta get on this ASAP.
Not a problem. I've got this.
1000%. Leave everything to me. Shall we? This reminds me of our time at the School of Sorcery. Remember how you and I always got paired together for assignments, Mercy?
Paired and not dear Mercedes? Oh, even the words is ecstasy.
You can do as many assignments as you like later. Right now, we have a battle to finish. I'm very much glad she's on our side now. We've made our way deep inside their base. The villagers must be around here somewhere.
We're under attack. How did they find us?
Happen to be in the area.
Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
Just do as I planned. Found where they're imprisoning the villagers.
Less tackling and more dealing with all the guards, please. Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
Just do what I planned. Just do as I planned.
Oh gosh.
See, Daisy, I think I could use this. Let's start the attack. I think I'll take
Stand down. This will take but a moment with you here.
give it 1000%.
Fine hit.
We need to move fast. I think that worked. Is anyone hurt? I'll give it 1000%.
We're fine, but please help the others. Not a problem.
Here I go! Buckle at my feet. Just do as I planned. It's a net time.
Allow me. Is anyone? Thank the goddess we were able to save them.
We need to get these people people out of here! I can't use my magic to get them around! Here it comes! Take this! You're done! Follow us! Let's get out of here!
We must ensure that we don't get caught up in conflict. Shall we? I'll provide assistance.
I'll give it 1,000%. I'll back you up. Just do as I planned.
This is magic.
And where do you ladies think you're going with our prisoner?
Oh, we're cut off. Leave all to me. Get the village to safety while I show these ruffians the power of my new and brilliant spell.
Just don't hit any civilians, all right?
My ultimate, multifaceted, nefarious, magical menagerie!
I veto.
I feel drained. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up.
No. How could this happen?
Behold!
Allow me.
Multifaceted, multifarious, magical menagerie! I feel drained. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up.
No. How could this happen?
Behold, my ultimate, multifaceted, multifarious, magical menagerie! I feel drained. I don't know how much longer I can keep this.
Maybe this.
There we go. Give me the edge a little bit.
Someone help!
No problem.
He was like, die already, darn it.
Yes, this should help.
Finally, jeez.
Shall we?
Take a breather.
It's not over.
My turn?
No.
Just do as I planned. I provide support.
Not a problem.
Have to try. Have to try. Have to try.
This stronghold will fall.
Wonderful. Now escape.
Then let's get out of here. Which way was the exit?
Alright, we did it. Yay!
See? That wasn't so bad.
We were out there a long time.
But
I think the sun's gonna be up soon.
No! How'd this happen?
Quite the stroke of ill luck for you that we happened upon your vile, wicked deeds.
Don't get too worked up, Constance. You must be tired from all that spell casting, no?
You want a snack? I brought plenty just in case.
Oh, my dear Mercedes Nanette, I so appreciate your concern for my well-being. As you well know, the three of us never got a chance to study together at the School of Sorcery, but if we had, I had to think it would have gone just like this.
So you three went to the same school in Ferdia?
We did indeed. Although Constance was a year ahead of us.
Anyway, I'm glad we got to see your new magic up close, Constance. What a treat.
But we're not finished yet, Annette. I still have need of your assistance. Your creative mind will be indispensable for putting the finishing touches on my magic.
Please don't put it all on Annie. I'd be glad to help too.
Truly? Oh, but this fills me with joy!
Like at least this phase of the test run worked out in the end, yeah?
Yes, I was able to pinpoint Sel's current shortcomings, which means it was an extremely fruitful endeavor indeed.
Shortcomings? Your magic was incredible. We'd be dead in a ditch right now if not for you.
Perhaps, although if there is one thing everyone knows, it's that I am never satisfied. And once I get my hands on another stone, the next step is to increase its precision and oh dear.
Oh no, is it that time already?
The sun's coming up. We have to get Constance into the shade at once.
Oh no!
Oh, there's no need to waste your energies on sad little things such as myself. I'm just happy you deigned to humor this crude experiment of mine. Alas, I give it all for my humble service as payment. If there are any menial or demeaning tasks that you need performed, you have to ask.
Too late.
So this is what you wanted to do it at night.
Yes, it's as if she becomes a completely different person depending on the lighting. But either way, Constance is always a dear friend to me.
Yeah, it was sort of confusing at first, but I've grown to like this flavor of Constance.
Your kind words are far more than I deserve.
I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. And the only thing that's gonna help is a nice, cozy bed.
Good idea. Let's rest up today and get right back at it tomorrow.
Yuri's still not back yet? It's been 5 days. What's this? A letter? Not like him to leave his stuff lying around. I wonder if it says anything about where he went. Oh, it's sitting there. Can't hurt to take a peek, right? Are you well? Eating enough? I worry about you all the time. Thank you for sending money always. I want to see you soon. Huh. Is this letter for Yuri? It's got a different name on it.
Having fun?
Oh no.
Yuri!
You are dead,
You
Shaz.
really snuck up on me. When did you get back?
Just now. More importantly, why are you snooping through things that don't belong to you? Choose your next word carefully, if you don't want them to be your last.
I'm sorry. It was just out in the open, so I thought it'd be okay if I read it. I was worried you weren't coming back.
Never mind. I can't imagine you'd have a reason behind my affairs. I suppose this is what I get for taking off without telling anyone. And being so careless.
Yeah, I thought you'd be the last person to leave something like this behind. You must have left in a hurry.
You could say that.
I see. Well, it must have been important. But I know it's none of my business.
I appreciate your concern, but I don't mind. The letter is from my mother. She's always been prone to illness, but lately her condition has grown worse. I try to visit whenever she asks to see me. Obviously, there are times when I can't go, but I have to take all the time I can get, right? I never know which visit will be my final chance to see her.
I understand. Once someone's gone. But wait, the name on that letter, is that your real name? So Yuri's an alias and you're really Reg?
So yeah, there's a couple things that his name could actually be, but my headcanon is that his name is Reginald Leclerc. I mean, he looks like a Reginald. I mean, yeah, or Reggie. Reggie. Yeah, Reggie! Reginald, the long version, and then Reggie for short. What was the other? Oh yeah, Regulus was the other name that it could be. There's probably other ones I could think of, but like, it's either one of two things. It's either Reginald or Regulus. With Reggie being a nickname in both cases, so... Reggie!
No need to say it. And yes, what parent would call their kid an alias anyway?
Fair point. Nice name, though. Why hide it?
In my work, it pays to have more than a few names. And don't go telling anyone about this. I don't like to find out what happens if you do.
Like, this is important, though, because, like, we never find out what his name is in Three Houses, because, like, in his S support, or, like, the marriage scene with Byleth, he just teases the audience, but, like, with this, we actually get, like, some kind of a snippet. It starts with R-E-G, so like I said, it's probably either Regulus or Reginald. I'm just gonna call him Reggie.
I won't. Promise. And if I do slip up, you're free to do your worst. In any case, I am sorry for prying. For what it's worth, I hope your mom gets better soon.
If it were easy to cure, then we wouldn't even be talking about it. But I appreciate this nonetheless.
Oh, hey, Hap. You sure like the outdoors, huh?
I guess you could say that. Probably because I grew up in a forest. Or maybe it's because I was forced to live in Abyss all that time.
Oh, that's right. You were at Garrigmok too. I wasn't there for very long. But I never would have guessed there was a whole town hiding just below my feet.
Well, it was. I should know. What about you, though? What did you do before into the mercenary business?
Before that? Well, I lived with my mom in a village deep in the mountains. Feels like forever ago now. Oh, I call her my mom, but we weren't actually related. She was more like a foster parent.
So what was she like? I suppose she was interested in magical research, was she?
I don't know about research, but yeah, she knew how to use magic.
Interesting. How did you two end up living together?
I don't really know the details. I can't remember anything from before I was with her. Apparently, there was a family. Sadly, finding a starving, abandoned child isn't that uncommon. But for her to take me in and raise me as her own, I think Mom was someone special.
Yeah, I guess. She was probably a good person.
She taught me everything I needed to know to survive. She was really something. A way better mom than I could have asked for.
Okay, but why would someone like that be living in a remote mountain village? Didn't that strike you as odd?
You know, someone told me one time that she wasn't actually from there. When I asked her about it, she just gave me this sad smile.
Very interesting.
Seriously, Happy, what's going on? Does it have something to do with my mom?
No, it's nothing. Sorry to bring it up. I was just letting imagination get the better of me. Sorry I upset you. Really.
I'm fine, don't worry about it. No big deal. Besides, I'm sure you had your reasons, right? If you ever feel like talking about it, I'm always here.
Thanks. Just some old demons of mine.
Happens to the best of us. Don't sweat it. You want to head back and get something to eat?
Sure. Oh, and we can pick berries on the way. I think I saw some a little bit ago.
What kind? After all my time in the mountains, I'm something of a berry expert myself.
Alright, go ahead and save. Oh, I gotta go back to go get rid of the supplies. And we haven't even started the battle segment of this chapter yet, oh my gosh. I am determined to finish chapter 12 though, no matter what it takes.
Supplies are the life of any army. Everything has its use.
Alright, back to the war map. Alright, so Imperial troops are pillaging and razing villages as they retreat. Protect the citizenry and prevent further acts of brutality.
I will do what I must. For His Majesty.
If only I had been the one captured.
We have to do everything we can.
Here we go!
Alright.
Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
I'll give it 1000%. Leave everything to me.
Let's begin.
We need to move fast. Attack!
Grant them no mercy.
Why must it come to this?
Let's start the attack.
Pardon my ineptitude.
Let me at him.
Their defenses relaxed, and I can't imagine why.
Cannot thank you enough.
Fear I'll be unable to bring it down.
I'll give it 1000%. Let's capture some more.
Let's carve us through the battlefield.
This is ours now.
Looks like we got a live one. Time to get in there and...
Shall we?
Grant them no mercy.
Perhaps the enemy was a...
Let's begin.
Why me? It's a net.
Oh, I simply cannot thank you enough.
All right,
No backing down.
we've taken control. Great.
This should make things a little easier on us.
I think that worked.
We can do it.
Let's begin. Come with me.
Come with me, everyone.
Pardon my ineptitude.
I'm glad that went well.
Think I could use this. I'll give it 1,000%.
Time. I can go.
Let's begin. It's time to get going.
Allow me. Yes, this should help. Maybe. I won't back down.
I hope it was enough.
This should help. Was that helpful?
I've gotta pick up the pace if I don't want marking off with glory mercy.
Wait for me, everyone. I'll be back.
This is nothing.
Retreat!
Let me at him.
So this is... Sorry. I'm sorry.
Looks like that's it for us.
Wounds are severe. I have to...
So this is defeat. I'm sorry. Yeah. My inept technique.
We've got...
Alright, cool. Mission accomplished.
Thank goodness we made it. I hope there aren't too many injuries.
Actually...
For His Majesty.
Only I could fight with a positive outlook.
Don't push yourself too hard, okay?
My chance now. Let's put this to good use.
Why me?
You shall pay for this, you hear?
So, what's next?
Looks like you got a tough fight on your hands.
Can someone help me?
I'm fine, really.
Alright, done.
Oh, goddess. Thank you for your protection.
Actually,
For His Majesty.
Even someone like me can fight for a little while.
Onward to victory.
I'll give it 1,000%. Leave everything to me.
Pardon my ineptitude. I shall exert.
Shall we?
Not yet. I got this. We're done for. The rest is up to you. Not yet. Who shall pay for this? You hear?
I suppose things can work out if the enemy makes a mistake.
Witness our valiant efforts.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
I'll give it 1,000. You'll have to take things from here. Thank the goddess it worked.
Could someone help me?
Give in.
You shall pay this. You hear?
This is the road I chose.
That was wonderful.
I almost feel sorry.
Let's
Me. You never know until you try.
Shall we?
I'll pay for this. You hear?
So, what's next?
Their defenses relax, though I can't imagine why.
My next technique.
Forgive me.
Don't let it go to your head.
Pardon my ineptitude. My present pardon my ineptitude. I shall...
No use fighting a losing battle.
Sorry, but I gotta fall back.
Yes! We did it! Kneel that down!
We're not losing to anyone!
I'm alright.
This battle will make a fine stage for my debut.
For you!
Let's begin. It's time to move.
Pardon my ineptitude.
Wounds are severe. I have to fall back.
This only happened because I was slightly less pathetic than our enemy.
Shall we?
I can still fight.
Why me?
Allow me. Maybe this.
Thanks.
Learn your place. Looks like that's it.
I'm sorry.
Unfortunate for us. Perhaps the enemy is asleep? Forgive my inept technique.
I'm still alive and kicking.
I have an idea. I'll do it.
We know what we must do.
Don't push us too hard, okay?
It's time.
Can't let it end like this.
I'm glad that went well.
The area is ours. It's
This is not.
So this is defeat. I'm sorry.
I hope it was enough.
Why me? We can ill afford defeat here.
Forgive my inept technique. Forgive me. Not quite. Unfortunate for us both. Not quite.
Our next task begins.
I wonder.
Hey.
Actually.
I carry a little of everything here. Got an eye for quality, friend. Hope to see you again soon.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know. I may be of further service.
Me! Teach me how to cook next. All right. I will teach you a special recipe that is certain to delight everyone back at the church.
His Majesty is looking for you, Mercedes.
Goodness, whatever was that about?
My apologies. I have a tendency to frighten animals and children. Perhaps it's my imposing stature. Or perhaps because I'm from Dusker.
I doubt animals know anything about the tragedy of Dusker to do. Still, I think I may know how to solve this little problem of yours.
Oh?
You see, many of the children here have lost homes and families. They tend to be a fearful bunch, and as a large man who is also unnaturally quiet, you cut a doubly scary figure. So all we have to do is show them how not scary you are.
And how do we do that?
Come back tomorrow. I'll have it all worked out by then.
Very well. Done. Here's your flower crown.
You're just as amazing, Mercedes.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Considering, like, his mother and sister did that stuff, I'm not surprised.
This is the prettiest flower crown I've ever seen. It's like an actual royal crown. Well, make one for me. Please, please, please.
I could. It would be better to learn how to make your own.
But my crowns always look all...
Anyone can do it with enough practice. Well, perhaps not anyone. But if you find it difficult, you can always ask a friend for help.
Fine, I'll try. So how do I start?
Twist the stem there. Rub it once, but gently.
Well, how did it go? They certainly looked at ease around you.
They were indeed. And I owe it all to you.
All I did was brag to them about the magnificent flower crown you made for me.
How very clever.
Oh, please, I barely did a thing. It was your kindness that won them over.
You were the kind one. Yes. Thank you.
Miss Mercedes, Mr. Dedu, look how far I am. Oh, that's wonderful. Might you teach me how to make one as well, Mr. Dedu?
It would be...
She knows how to work with kids. Cuteness overload.
Care to make yourself useful?
Time for volunteer party.
We all must do our fair share.
Alright, back to the war map.
Actually,
And I was trying to be efficient at this point because it's like I'm already an hour away from 4 hours and it might take me that long just to get to the chapter battle.
Here's the thing.
I don't know if it's because I've been here a while or what, but the folks in Fargus and the church have really grown on me. Every victory, we sing, drink, and have a rollicking good time. Doesn't matter where we're from. This war won't last forever, but I sure hope the friendships do. And it's all thanks to 80 and currently Dugire.
Hey there. Need something?
Oh, it means you can increase it by that up to that much.
Is this it?
Alright, so I'll start with the Fetters of Dromi. And that'll be all I can do for now.
See you around.
Alright, back to the battle map. Alright, now time to start pushing east.
I'll cut them all down.
So I get Felix out on the battlefield a little bit.
Come at me if you want to get cut down.
Jeez, Felix, a little overeager.
I shall handle this.
See my family's good name sullied.
I mustn't bring shame upon my...
Just as I planned. I shall take it.
I'll give it 1,000%. Leave everything to me. Shall we?
I'll do what I can. It's worth a shot.
Here I go.
We'll have to take things from here.
Just do as I planned. Let me at him.
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
What shall we do next?
The 1,000%. Allow me.
You shall pay for this. You...
Thank the goddesses.
Stand down.
Shall we?
Stand down.
We'll have to take things from here.
I'm glad that went well.
Need your help. I'll do what I can.
All would be lost if I were to die here.
Well, what's next?
Red will for me.
Evering General.
We're not losing to anyone.
Shall we? Let's give it a shot.
Just as I planned. Are you prepared?
this fun for you.
This'll be your grave.
Hope this helps. This victory's mine.
You're the coolest, Felix. Could someone help me?
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy. I'm sorry. We weren't strong enough.
It's no use. We can't gain any ground.
I'm fine. Really? Allow me.
Mission complete.
Are you ready?
And when to retreat is a vital strategy.
So, what's next?
Bit off more than I can chew.
Sorry, we'll be taking this.
You call.
Would be lost if I were to die here.
You make it almost too easy.
Pretty good.
Revel in fear before me. Ready, are you?
All would be lost if I were to die here.
Alright, done.
Let's enjoy this.
Hey.
We'll set them straight.
Let's go, everyone. I'm sure we'll win.
Rest easy. I shall handle this.
do what I can.
Here I go!
Secure the...
Let's move!
Hard and fast!
Now's our chance. Attack!
Take it down in what?
Who fell swoop? Stand down.
Carelessness was your greatest enemy. We can't hope yet. Just do as I planned.
Oh, too easy.
Let us begin our advance.
To make things a little easier on us. Allow me.
Your heart has finally come.
Can't lose that stronghold.
I'll give it 1,000%. I'll back you up.
I'll do what I...
You presume to break my ironclad defense?
Are you ready?
Resistance is futile.
Hold the position. None of them get through.
Shall we? Sorry, we'll be taking this. How could this happen? It's all my fault.
Let me at him. You presume to break my ironclad defense? Excuse me, we have a situation over here.
Resistance is futile. Resistance is futile.
You presume to break my ironclad defense?
We'll strike at their weakest point.
I won't let anyone near this stronghold.
Tremble before.
Hold the position. None of them get through.
We have to protect, no matter what. My feet. Beg forgiveness. Your death serves my purpose. Just do as I shall provide support. The time for defense is now. Just do. Let me at.
Huh, not bad.
Oh no! reinforcements and quickly.
Presume to break my ironclad defense? You have to protect it, no matter
Hold the position. Get through.
Clear the stone.
I'll give it 1,000.
Ready? Let's give it a shot.
I'll do what I can.
Allow me.
Protect it, no matter what.
Sorry, but we'll be taking this. I won't back down. I have to try. Are you ready? Please retreat. Shall we?
Stand down.
Not sure how, but it worked.
Give it up. Pathetic.
Alright, done.
Let's enjoy this.
Right?
Greetings.
We'll set them straight.
We have to keep moving forward.
I'll do what I can.
I'll do what I can.
Here I go.
Oh, too easy.
I would like to request your assistance.
I'll take it from here.
I'll do.
We're not losing to anyone!
Are you prepared?
I'll give it 1000%.
Now's our chance. Attack!
Another step towards restoring my house.
Stand down. Now's our chance. Attack!
I simply cannot think you.
Let me at him.
Did it!
Alright, so I got, besides going to camp, I got 2 more regular maps, and then we can move on to the chapter battle.
What's
You can leave this to me.
I'll do what I need to do.
I can depart at once.
We'll set them straight. Let's crush their formation.
You need not worry yourself over me, even should I fall in battle.
Why me?
We're not losing to anyone!
This will be a struggle.
Here I go!
I'll do what I must.
This will be a struggle. I'm sorry.
In a bad spot. I got this! The rest is up to you!
Not done yet. Unfortunate for us both.
Alright, done.
Each win brings us closer to our goal.
Indeed.
What say you?
Alright, back to camp.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities.
Alright, camp is officially at level S. So it's still worth it to upgrade all these things, but that's the highest rank the camp could be at. Too bad they didn't make it like an S+ for 100% completing the area, but oh well.
Here to make yourself useful? We all must do our fair to make yourself useful.
What do you expect? There was...
We all must do our fair share. That should be everything in its place now.
And high time we took a break, if you ask me. Lugging all those boxes is hard work. Hey, why don't you join me for a meal? Might be nice to head into town for once.
I'm not that hungry just yet, though. Oh, I've got it. If you'd like, we could have a tea party. I have a cache of delicious treats we can eat as well.
Sure, I guess I'd go for some tea. Where'd that idea come from, though?
Well, I received some sugar recently as a gift from one of the soldiers I mended to health. I used it to bake the most wonderful confections. I'd love for you to try them.
Huh, that does sound good. And a little something sweet once in a while never hurt one.
Then we're settled. Give me just a moment, I'll get everything ready.
Whoa, these are incredible. I've never had anything quite like them before.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm particularly happy with how those turned out.
This actually tastes kind of familiar, though. Almost like the snack my mom used to make.
Really? You don't say.
Yeah. I was raised in this little village off in the mountains, absolutely surrounded by nature. Sometimes Mom would go out and gather fruit from the trees, then bake things with them.
There's nothing better than a dessert made with fresh fruit. I love them myself. You can knead them into dough and bake them, or preserve them in honey, so they can be enjoyed the whole year round.
My mom's stuff was never quite as fancy as the things you make, but they were special in their own way. Even though we didn't have them too often, just one hint of that flavor, and it's like I'm a kid again. Guess they were just that good.
It's wonderful you have that memory to look back on. I can tell the time you spent with your mother was very precious to you.
For sure. I don't remember it too well anymore.
Can I ask you something? Do you ever wish you could return to the past? To those days with your mother?
Not really, no. Besides, even if I wanted to, it's just not possible.
Yes. Yes, I suppose you're right.
Hey, what's wrong? Was it something I said?
Oh, my apologies. I must have been daydreaming for a moment there. Here, try this one next. I made it specially to pair with tea.
Sure. Thanks.
Alright, time to get into training.
Time to work you into Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
take. Whatever the better to
Can't wait to see how you do.
Have some time to kill? Hello there. Is that the... Nothing but the best for you. Thanks a bunch.
I carry a little of everything here. You've got an eye for quality, friend. Hope to see you again soon. I carry a little of everything here. Hope to see you again soon. I carry a little of everything here. You've got an eye for quality, friend. Hope to see you soon. What's...
Alright, so this one, the hard map, and then finally onto the chapter battle.
Care much for battle.
Fall behind.
Do not let anyone through. Glad to go.
This isn't over yet.
This is bad. We need to do something.
All would be lost if I were to die here. Taste more bitter than blackest pop.
Witness our valiant efforts.
Determination.
Stand down.
Worth an attempt.
Face my comrades after this.
This should make a good foothold. Is it my turn?
Knowing when to retreat is a vital strategy.
No matter how fierce it becomes.
Incredible. Not just fighting all those enemies, but defeating them all too. We must not suffer defeat. Not here, not now.
This ends here! All would be lost if I were to die here.
Too easy. Stand down. What a pain. Get off more than I can chew. I've secured the area. This victory's mine. Incredible. No, not yet. No use fighting a losing. Sorry, we weren't strong enough.
What the heck is that?
I do hope you'll make this fun.
Kelon. Alright, done.
We did it.
And Ash did nothing. Why, Linhart? Alright, one more battle and then on to the chapter battle.
Right.
Only take one unit in the battle.
Time to go to work. The fight's now. I'll do what I've gotta do.
Alright, defeat 500 enemies. In 10 minutes, okay.
Don't mind if I do.
I do hope to make this fun for me.
Right on.
Alright, done.
Luck was on our side today.
Alright, time to head back to the training, or the camp one more time, and then on to the chapter battle.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Well, how'd it go? Any results? Result.
Care to make yourself useful? We all must do our fair share.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
takes.
This... Time to work. Can't wait to see how you do.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
To assist with any matters regarding the facility. Let me know if I may be of further service.
lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters related to the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Allow me to assist with any matters regarding the facilities. Let me know if I may be of further service.
My instruction comes at a high price. Don't neglect your daily
Yeah, I'll have to wait
studies.
until I get more money. Alright, on that note, all preparations are complete. Time to take on the chapter battle. The Conquest of Hevering. Southeastern Hevering Territory. In order to launch an assault on Enbar, you must first break through Hevering territory. But an old adversary bars your way. Gosh, I wonder who that is. Could it be a demon of some kind, and maybe they're Ashen?
Come on, Arval. Seriously? You can't drag me off to sleep like this when the battle's about to start.
Sorry, but we need to talk. Do you remember the warning I once gave you? Well, I've been struck by a similar premonition now. Something feels wrong. Very wrong.
Last time this happened, the Ashen Demon showed up and nearly sent me to an early grave. You think the same thing's gonna happen today?
Hard to say for sure, but the feeling's worse this time around. Stronger. So if I had to guess, I'd say they're on the cusp of something terrible. An act far more dangerous than we previously imagined.
Well, whatever's happening, I'm just gonna have to stop it.
So long as you don't put yourself in any unnecessary danger, yes. Remember, your death would cut both of our destinies far too short.
Okay, so this is where I want to mention this because I think this happens in all three routes, but it's this particular chapter, as it says on screen, your actions in this battle will greatly impact the outcome of the story. Once I'm done with the chapter, I'll explain what happens in the alternative ending. So basically, yeah, like I said, I'll explain later, but yeah, basically, you have to do whatever it takes to make sure that Byleth doesn't succeed in their mission in this mission. If they do, you get the bad ending. If you are able to recruit them in Gerald, you get the good ending. I'm not going to explain what happens during the story because, so basically, from this point forward for the next 4 to 5 chapters, it splits. So in total, there are 6 different endings you can get, 2 per each route. So, basically, but yeah, like I said, I'm not going to spoil it for those who haven't played any of the routes yet, but yeah, let's just say, crap goes down in this chapter. So that's why I wanted to have somewhat of a fresh brain when I was attacking this. Okay. Mobilize a reconnaissance unit to detect ambushes. The strategy will significantly turn tides. And I should mention, it's probably going to be like this for all 3 routes, but there was a very specific way to make sure that Byleth failed in their mission. Because basically what happened was, if Gerald came out to the battle at all, you were going down the bad path. It didn't matter if you tried to spare Gerald or not. If Gerald came into battle, you were set for the bad ending. Well, of course, at that point you can go back and everything, but like once you're locked in, you're locked in. So basically the goal is to make sure that Gerald does not show up, otherwise you are screwed. Completely seal off the allied base. Slightly strengthen allies. Alright, go with that. Yeah, I want my best and brightest on this mission. Okay, so Rodrigue, Dimitri, and Felix cannot be playable in this map, from what I could tell.
I can depart at once.
Constance probably wouldn't be a bad idea.
Headlong into the fray.
So, I say this because it took me a while to figure out how to do, or how to get the good ending and make sure that Byleth failed in the Black Eagles playthrough. I didn't even know there were 2 endings for Pete's sakes until I found out afterwards. So basically what happened was I played the bad ending, and then I kind of looked at the subtle nuances, and if you're going for the good ending, you actually get more content. Like, if you get the bad ending, there's 2 secret chapters that do not play out because of what happens in the story. Once we get to, like, the point where, like, certain things happen, I'll kind of explain the gist of what happens in the bad ending, but that's about it. Until then, I do not want to spoil things.
This territory will greatly advance the war front. Now come, let us strike at their commander.
The enemy has surrounded our main force, Your Majesty. We must clear them away.
Here, you lot, I'll make short work of this.
Just do as I planned. I shall take it from here.
Begin the operation.
Remember, we have more Imperial troops in Randolph to think about. Keep your eyes on those mercenaries, too.
No point in us fighting the Russian demon here if we can avoid it.
Forgive me. I can't afford to lose here.
Here I go.
Just one left.
I'll kill you all.
Alright, cool.
Not a problem.
Now I can slightly push through.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear.
Just do as I planned. I shall take it from here.
Now let Sylvain go after this dude.
Path is open. Move out! See neither hide nor hair of the mercenaries. They're most likely lying in wait.
And the Ashen Demons probably win. We're gonna have a decision on our hands if they show up.
We brought a recon unit. They'll sniff out any images that might be lying around.
Our auxiliary unit is battling the enemy. We have to help them.
Order the reconnaissance unit to uncover any ambushes awaiting us.
Oh, Sylvain is overpowered as heck. Yeah, cause spoiler alert, you can't play as him in the Black Eagle route. Up, Aloysius come out of the... come into the fracas.
The enemy draws near.
And there's Violet. Yeah, here's the thing. If I schmuck this up and I get the bad ending, I am going to push to get the good ending. Alright, Fleisch is out.
The mercenaries sprung the ambush, making this the perfect chance to raid the enemy base.
A raid. The enemy must be desperate. But all will be lost if our base falls. Send reinforcements. Closing the gate might buy us some time. Now, close the gate.
Not a problem.
With Gerald's pad, you know. Think I'll go down so easily.
Alright, Fleisch is down.
Randolph, I'm so sorry. Please stay safe.
Dang, Felix, holy crap! The advisor retreated. Finish rallying the troops. Okay, there's Alois. Holy crap. Alright, Alois has been defeated.
I'd better not take any chances. I shall retreat for now.
We've pulled through somehow. Is everything alright?
I'm taking as many down as I can.
Well, Violet is out.
Here they are. Keep your wits about you.
then do it. Hey, you tried. I can still win. Not again. I have to get out of here.
The Ashen Demon has fled. Should we not give chase?
I have a report from Lord Rodrigue, Your Majesty. Enemy reinforcements are approaching our base.
It's not good, but we can't afford to let up now.
Indeed. You and I will go. That will be more efficient than our entire army.
The demon has fled. In that case, I have no choice but to engage.
We could count on you, Sylvain.
I am prepared to fight. Only I remain standing.
Alright, Randolph's down.
Flesh, forgive me.
That's their command now. Surely that's the end of this battle, right?
I leave to take care of one battle spot and come back to this? What a mess. I doubt old Randolph could rest in peace without me getting a little payback first.
Alright, so unfortunately I have triggered the bad ending, so... So yeah, I've got to figure out how to trigger the good ending, because, like, I know for a fact I triggered the bad ending by having Randolph show up. I'm assuming it has something to do with the fact that you're not supposed to kill Fleisch, but I don't know that for certain.
Now come, let us fight their commander.
I'm gonna try to figure it out first.
Your Majesty, we must clear that way.
We have more than the Imperial troops in Randolph. Keep your eyes on those mercenaries.
Because ideally, Byleth is not supposed to, like, if they start going, yeah, you know you're getting the bad ending. I just gotta figure out how to get to that point. Because, like, with the Black Eagles route, there was a very specific sequence you had to follow in order to trigger the good ending. And basically what happened was, like, you had to sever off Byleth's path from the person they were defending. But the thing is, you had a time limit. Eventually, they would start overpowering your allies, and you only had X number of time to overpower them until they were gone.
I'll handle this.
Alright, cool.
Path is open. Move out. I see neither hide nor
I think it also has something to do with the fact that you're not supposed to kill Alois right away, but I don't know.
The Ashen Demon's probably... We're gonna have a
Like I said, I just gotta figure it out.
show up.
We brought a recon unit. They'll sniff out any creatures that might be lying around.
The unit is battling the enemy. We have to stop them.
Just do as I plan. I shall take it.
Not a problem.
begin the operation.
Order the reconnaissance unit to uncover any ambushes awaiting.
That worked like a charm. We won't have to worry about the enemy surprising us now.
No enemy contact. Let's keep moving.
This will take but a moment with me here.
Gerald's band is my...
Yeah, like I said, like, I'm not exactly sure what the sequence is. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think you're supposed to somehow close it off, so, like, you wait to use the strategy until Fleisch goes in the vicinity and then trap her in there, I think. I'm 100% speculating, though.
Good.
They're here. Go. Out. They've fallen straight into the trap. Now, descend upon them.
The enemy draws near. Let's protect Randolph.
The mercenaries sprung their ambush, making this the perfect chance to raid the enemy base.
A raid? We must be desperate. But all will be lost. Base falls. Send reinforcements. Closing this gate might buy us some time.
I'm with Gerald's band. Don't think I'll go down so easy.
Now, close the gate.
Bring me someone worth my time.
take any more chances. I shall retreat for now.
I can still keep going.
Pretty young for a general. Not that we had right to talk about that.
Seize this moment.
I must stand. Randolph, I'm so sorry. Please stay safe.
As much as it pains me, we cannot relent. If we do not defeat your commander, this battle will never reach its conclusion.
Please! No! If only I had done more to stop fighting!
I'm taking as many of you down as I can.
Here they are. Keep your wits about you.
Yeah, I think I schmucked it up again. Alright, take 3. Alright, so this time I'm gonna try to do it so that Fleisch gets trapped in the enemy base. See if that makes a difference. If I somehow mess it up again, I am going to look up how to do this, because I do not want to be here for too
The
long.
enemy has surrounded our main force, Your Majesty. We must clear the way.
We have more than the Imperial troops in Randolph. Keep your eyes on those mercenaries, too.
Point in us spotting the Ashen Demon here if we can avoid it.
I'll handle this.
Forgive me. We can't afford to lose here.
Stand back!
Just one.
Alright, cool.
Path is open. Move out! Neither hide nor hair of the mercenaries. They're most likely lying in wait.
The Ashen Demon's probably with them. We're gonna have a decision on our hands once they show up.
Good thing we brought a recon. They'll sniff out any ambushes that might be around.
Order the reconnaissance unit to uncover any ambushes awaiting us.
That worked like a charm. We won't have to worry about the enemy surprising
Okay,
us now.
I'm an idiot. I was probably supposed to go this direction.
Our auxiliary unit is battling the enemy. We have to help them.
Okay, up. Cross. Down. Oh, I must have to kill this guy. Yeah, there we go. Okay, then go this way. Okay, then we have to kill this enemy stronghold general.
Gerald's is mighty indeed.
rush them.
You won't lay a finger on my brother.
Okay, so now Flay shows up instead of later.
Is that Randolph's sister? What is she doing here?
Dorothea, when did you get here? Okay, so that's what happened. You're supposed to go that particular path, then kill Flage, then kill Randolph before Byla shows up, I think.
Enough toying. We go for the jugular.
Alright, now what?
Ambushes are
Oh, okay, so that's the difference.
our base falls. Send reinforcements.
Strategy time. Okay, so yeah, this does play out differently. Oh my gosh.
Just do as I planned. I shall take it from here.
Begin the operation. Our orders are clear. Not a problem.
Alright, start with that.
Now, close the gate.
We weren't strong enough.
Oh, but that didn't matter, otherwise, oh no.
Give me someone working on the top.
I'm with Gerald. No, don't think I'll go down so easily.
Hey, you tried. Is that? Hear you loud and clear. Really the best you can do? Well, take more than that.
We will not let them hide our base.
Just do as I planned. Now let us be. Just do as I planned.
Is it my turn? Not done yet. Take a breather.
Alright.
Is this the end for me? Send word to the demon. Our ambush a failure.
So Alois found her. I'll be right there.
Okay, so he's over there.
Alois has fled too? Then it falls to me.
The commander is winning the battle.
Okay, where the heck did... Okay, for the love of everything, keep him occupied. This is time restricted now.
Randolph's joined the fight. Better fall back and help him out.
So yeah, it's like if he gets to Randolph, it's game over, and we're getting the bad ending. So for the love of everything, everyone has to keep him occupied. Not really. Alright, cool, yay!
Forgive me.
Alright, that should have triggered the good ending then.
We must finish off Randolph before that monster arrives.
Yep, defeat Randolph before Niklaus arrives. So yeah, that's basically, so yeah, this one plays out a bit differently.
One backup squad and come back to this? What a mess.
Randolph is defeated, and you are the only ones who remain. The question now is, will you and your mercenaries yield?
I see no choice.
Well fought, everyone.
Yay! We won! And nothing bad happened. So I'm gonna pause really quick before we go into the cutscene. So basically that's where it, since we're not going to be seeing the bad ending, I'll kind of explain, like I'll have to watch a video to see what happens during the bad ending, but essentially what happens during a bad ending is that you fail to pull off all that stuff. So in this case it was making sure the mercenaries didn't stage their ambush. I was an idiot for not following those arrows, or I was acting like an idiot rather. So you're supposed to do that, and then trigger both of those strategies, then defeat all of the allies, and then Fleisch has to die pretty quickly too, and then Byleth will show up, and then basically your strategy is to have one person go rush Randolph while everyone else keeps Byleth occupied, because the split second you get to Randolph, you get the bad ending. So, like I said, the good ending, I've never actually played the good ending, so we'll see that play out. But basically what happens at the bad ending is that a key party member or ally gets, basically you kill the enemy general, or no, scratch that. Yeah, obviously you killed the main enemy general, but then basically what happens is that if, you'll fight Byleth, and then they'll retreat, and then Geralt will show up. What happens is that you kill Geralt, but while they're busy, Byleth kills a key ally of yours. So in the case of the Black Eagles playthrough, that's Randolph. Poor Randolph. And in this particular route, it's Rodrigue. So basically, in the bad ending, Rodrigue dies while you're busy dealing with Geralt. So because we avoided that crisis, instead Rodrigue is alive, and we recruited Geralt and Byleth and potentially Alois to our party.
Say, you got us. You rolled right over us and took out our employer. I know when it's time to raise the white flag.
Wait, that's it? You're giving up?
We've faced you in battle many times, only to be bested at every...
Yeah, you've pretty much run us out of business by now. It's not easy finding new clients in the best of times, and no matter how good our reputation is, none of it matters if we can't actually win. At this rate, I'll have to stop calling myself the Blade Breaker.
In that case, what would you say to a new employer? The Holy Kingdom of Fargus. We've crossed swords many times and suffered great losses on both sides. We surely bear some bad blood between us. But part of me wonders if we cannot put that gruesome history behind us. Assuming, of course, it was coin, not conviction, that brought you to the Empire's side.
Don't worry, words of conviction aren't even in a Merc's vocabulary. We do join up with you. I can't imagine there will be much avoiding the Knights of Cerberus. The problem is, me and the Archbishop have a bit of a past together. I'd prefer to keep my distance if I can.
I'll remember that. The Church has stationed themselves in the town of Camulus, within Blathed territory. We'll be sure to keep you away from there. And I promise to warn you should Lady Rhea ever visit our encampment. Ah, And I'll place you in a stout unit, should we ever fight alongside the knights themselves. Are those conditions agreeable? Use your strength among our ranks, if you're willing to join.
Yeah, you should join us. I mean, now we all know firsthand how strong you are. And sure, there might be some folks here and there who have reservations about you fighting on our side, but they'll definitely come around once they see how dependable you are.
What do you say? I doubt the Empire will have any jobs for us after all of this. No better time for a fresh start.
I agree. And you, Alois? It might be strange being back on the same side as your old knight friends.
I've already made my decision. I have sworn to follow this fine captain wherever he goes. Besides, I'm sure my allies will welcome me back with...
Well, I guess that's that. Just tell us when we start. I'll go talk to the group and smooth things over. You two, stay with the client.
Got it. Thanks.
Understood, Captain.
We have a good bit of smoothing over to do on our as well. Let's get to it.
So yeah, I'll kind of explain the gist of what happens later on, like, that makes it the bad ending, but there will be differences, but, like, I'm just explaining that ending, like, because it's relevant to that portion of the story. Alright, Byleth is now playable, Geralt's now playable. Okay, so Alois is just an ally. Oh my gosh, they're in the cutscene too!
And the Ashen Demon, after all we've been through.
We have fought so many times. I never
What the heck was that
expected we would end
about?
up on the same side.
Those two give us quite the struggle. Better that they're on our side now. I've got my own grievances, but the end result is a positive one.
Whatever we may feel, this is His Majesty's choice.
Not everyone will be too happy about it. Let's all just try and get along, okay?
It'll be an honor teaming up with you. Oh, and don't let me forget to introduce you to everyone later. I think we should start with a nice sparring session. That's the Blue Lion's way, isn't it?
Indeed it is. I recall the same thing happening the last time we invited a mercenary into our ranks.
We're happy to be here, and try to fit in.
We know all too well what you're capable of. I'm glad such might will be fighting for our cause, rather than against it.
I'll start researching how best to incorporate Geralt and his mercenaries into our formations. From here, we plan to join up with the Alliance and the Church, then march on Garreg Mach as one unified force. I'll do what I must to ensure Lady Rhea doesn't come into contact with our new friends here.
I appreciate it.
And what of our other mercenary friends? You've been awfully... quiet. Where did they go?
Sorry about all this, Arl. I know you've only been giving me your powers because you want me to beat the Ashen Demon.
Don't worry about it. It's for the best, right? For all my saying, everything seems to be right as rain. Recruiting Geralt's mercenaries and the Ashen Demon was the right choice.
I hope you're right.
What's wrong? Feeling lost now that you don't have an enemy to chase around the countryside?
I'm not lost. I know exactly what I've got to do. Win this war. I'm gonna help Dimitri and my friends New Fodlan, where everyone can live in peace. Well, any snarky follow-up for that?
It's hardly the first time you've mentioned it. I suppose it's a fine goal, yes. If that's what you want, then I'll just have to help you achieve it. After all, I'm your partner in destiny. I'm here for you and you alone.
I pray for your safety in the coming battle, Your Majesty. And you can rest easy. We will cover the western front in your absence.
I don't know what I've done to disturb such reliable knights in my service. But I have you all the same. The monastery will be ours. I swear it. Now then, let us all live to see the sun rise on Fargus another day.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Guess this is it. The final push.
Indeed. And with Lester and the Church involved, this will undoubtedly be our largest battle since this very war began. Now, we're well acquainted with what Adresta is capable of. Yet, it's difficult to predict what we'll be up against. All we can do is take up arms to fight, survive, and ultimately carve our way to victory.
Every one of our battles so far is important, yes. But this one seems almost overwhelmingly so. Especially considering how far we have come to get here.
But at the time, it all feels like it's happened so quick. I mean, I can remember the Empire declaring war on the church as if it were yesterday.
If you don't mind me asking, Your Majesty, say we do get the monastery back. What happens then?
We push forward to end, of course. After that, I say, but there's no sense speaking of such matters. We must focus on the task at hand.
We are ever by your side, Your Majesty. No matter what comes next, all of us have chosen this path, and we will stand by it.
Wrong, Mercy. Are you nervous? No, I was just thinking about something. Do you remember that Death Knight who was fighting with the Empire? I wonder where he is now.
Huh, good question. He used to show up all the time, but it's been a while since he's made an appearance. I guess we better be ready for him to come charging out at any moment. Just safe.
Yes, I think you're right. He was quite the warrior.
Come on, everyone. We've got to get to ALL before the enemy catches onto us.
Azure Gleam. Clash of Torment. The Kingdom, Alliance, and Church of Ceros join hands, laying bare their true aim, forcing the Empire to split their army between the eastern and western fronts. Their united armies gather their elite soldiers in the Valley of Torment and begin the march to reclaim Garreg Mach. However, the Empire will not sit idly by and let them take it.
Nice to swing by, Dimitri. Looks like we're all here.
Apologies for the wait. How go the preparations?
All set. We're ready to ring in the year with the greatest victory Fodlan has ever seen.
Every last soldier we could find is in formation and raring to go.
You'll see for yourself, Steph, and I think you're gonna like how it's looking. Are you planning on heading south right away?
That was my intention, yes. Something troubled you?
A bit, yeah. We got a report just over a month ago that Burgleys had withdrawn from the Eastern Front, which happens to line up exactly with when we pulled our forces back. It's all a little too convenient, if you ask me. What I'm not sure of is whether he puzzled out our plan with Garreg Mach, or if he fell back to fortify Enbar instead. I guess the real question is how crafty the people calling the shots the Imperials are.
They left quite the impression.
He's right. We had our hands full and over in the west. Every time we claimed a territory, we'd look for spots to set up camp. Only to find the army had razed all the towns and fields to the ground as they retreated.
If they're going that far, there's a good chance they've caught on to our plan. Though I doubt they're expecting all their enemies to come marching through the Valley of Torment hand in hand.
Couldn't we have picked an easier way, though? I'm practically swimming in sweat in this heat. Let's just hope we're almost out.
I see you have scarcely changed from your days at the Academy, Hilda.
Zedith and Lady Rhea. Are you joining the cause as well?
I refuse to spectate from afar while the fate of Scotland hangs in the balance.
Well, sure. If something were to happen to you, it would be the end of the church.
I am capable of taking care of myself, and I want nothing more than to aid you in this battle.
We know every inch this valley has to offer. Allow us to guide you.
We can traverse it unnoticed. We should arrive at Garreg without incident. The valley's terrain, however, is well suited for ambushes and other such crazy tactics.
Yes, we must exercise utmost caution as we proceed. Our movements should be not only swift, but sensitive.
And in the off chance we do face hostility, we'll surely require help from the Knights of Ceros.
If need be, I will lead them myself. Now come, let us restore our rightful claim to Garreg Mach, and put an end to this monstrous tyranny.
So it looks like chapter 13 is short. I'm still doing it on Friday, but... Well, I'm pretty confident we'll be able to get 2 chapters done in the next stream, jeez.
Would you mind listening to my idea?
I have an idea.
Yeah, definitely more training.
No, then.
Needless to say, that's the only logical course of action. Excuse me, are you even listening?
Yeah, I totally am. You're gonna save this prince who's being held captive by some evil cult of sorcerers in order to restore House Nouvelle?
That is not even remotely close to what I said. Where has your mind been this whole time? Creating new magic, charting unknown sorcery waters. Therein lies the means to make my dream a reality. To that end, I have decided that you will make a most fitting test subject for my research.
No thanks.
What reason could you possibly have to refuse? Do you not want the honor of helping House Nouvelle regain its former glory?
I don't mind lending a hand, but I'm not so keen on being a test subject. You don't even know what'll happen. Wouldn't it make sense to experiment on yourself first?
Huh. A rather astute deduction for one such as yourself. However, there is one critical flaw in your reasoning. Were I to do as you propose, I would be unable to properly observe the result with my own eyes.
Well then, you'll just have to be patient until someone volunteers. We'd have a big problem on our hands if something happened to me before the next battle, right? Actually, that probably goes to everyone.
I suppose you are correct. But then, my research has reached an impasse.
I guess so. How about this? Since we're at war, why not try and distinguish yourself in battle? You could still conduct your research at the same time. Combat's more my wheelhouse anyway. In fact, we could even start now with some training. What do you say?
I respectfully decline. While I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of military prestige, I am unable to accompany you this time. Training at night will sure suffice.
At night? But you won't have time if you don't train during the day. You're not planning on pulling all-nighters, are you?
Oh, please! I am not that foolish. I simply do not wish to train at this very moment.
All right, I'm not gonna twist your arm, but I'm heading over to the training ground, so feel free to come by if you change your mind.
Very well. However, there are extenuating circumstances that prevent me from doing so. Nevertheless, I shall succeed in all my endeavors, be they magical or military, and I shall do it all in my own way.
I suppose you can only get the support if Rodrigue survives.
Sit down, Felix.
Can we make this quick? I'm busy.
For once, would you please... No, not today. The truth is, I think it's time we sat down and talked. Neither of us know which day could be our last. So we should both ensure there's no lingering regret when the time comes.
Well, this is off to a grim start. So, what is it you want to talk about?
I wanted to apologize for what I said about Glenn. It was put, and I'm sorry. I should never have said such a thing in your presence.
If you're going to explain yourself, I suppose I can have time to hear you out.
Thank you. Then I will not mince words. I too was mortified by Glenn's death. Yet he perished a hero. He chose life for himself, and he chose death. He fought to protect the future of Fargus and his friend until his dying breath. As his father, I felt I had to acknowledge that choice.
And how are you so sure it's his choice? Neither of us really know what he was thinking. The boar might have an inkling. All he goes on about is how he caused Glenn's death.
Right. I don't know for certain. I know what I would have done had I been there. And you, Felix? What would your choice have been? Would you have abandoned His Majesty to save yourself? Or would you have chosen to fight until death claimed you? I myself would have safeguarded His Majesty at all costs. I know that it wasn't in Glenn's nature to flee either.
always about courage or cowardice with you. Wouldn't have chosen anything. When your life's on the line, you don't have time to think about that stuff. Only act. I would have fought with my own will, in whatever way I thought best. And I would have made sure we both survived.
You always want to have it both ways. Still, I take pride in that determination of yours. Had I been, I doubt I could have summoned the resolve to strive for such a victory. More likely, I would have been satisfied merely to die in the defense of my liege.
I can understand that way of thinking. In fact, I always have. But I still couldn't stomach Glenn's death being glorified.
And I'm sorry for that, Felix. Truly.
It's all right. And I'm glad we talked. Also, you said we shouldn't leave regrets behind, so I'm sorry for hitting you back then. I mean, I'm sorry, Father.
You know, I've almost forgotten about that. Too. More than any blow I received in battle.
Oh, shut up. I said I was sorry. Now, if we're done here, I'm leaving.
That's nice, they're able to reconcile a bit. Alright, I think what I'll do is I'll talk to people around camp just so we can go straight into the battle at the beginning of the stream on Friday.
Oh yeah.
His Majesty and Felix have really risen to the occasion. 10 years ago, they were squabbling over who broke whose sword. Now look at them. One's a king and the other's a duke. They're fighting at each other's side, issuing orders to other lords. I won't lie, it's still hard to believe. Maybe it's time I get my act together too. Since joining the Kingdom Army, I've been to a myriad of places and seen all variety of landscapes, but ALL is truly extraordinary. I don't think there's anywhere like it in all of Fodlan. Have you heard the story about how it came to be? That it's the work of the goddess? Just a folk tale, and to think how terrifying it'd be if it was true. If the goddess saw our current state of affairs and got angry again, then we would be in grave danger. Never in a million years did I think Gerald's mercenaries would become our allies. When you said you wanted them on our side, I thought you might have taken a hard hit on the head or something, but you actually pulled it off. You really can do anything.
Did you know?
I was recently reunited with Hilda after a terribly long time apart. She's been worried about me. She's always spoken so kindly to me, even at the Officers' Academy. I thought it best to keep others at arm's length and never even so much as said thank you to them. But when we were separated, I found myself missing Hilda dearly. I guess what I'm saying is, it's nice to have a friend. She makes me feel stronger and more courageous.
Excuse me.
What must be due to attain victory over such a fierce opponent? I speak of your next goal. I wish to be as much use to you as I can, seeing as we're partners in destiny. Strength alone will be insufficient. We must be clever as well. Well, there's Byleth.
Hey!
You look puzzled. Is something wrong?
No.
I just feel strange. Everyone's been much more welcoming than I thought they would be. No one's all that terrified of me. Garrick Mach lies before us at last, the final piece of our strategy. The enemy could be lurking anywhere though, so we need to keep our wits about us. ALL's harsh environment and unusual terrain make it unsuitable for large armies, but it's perfect for guerrilla tactics. The enemy's not the only one who will be taking advantage of that. It's only a matter of time before the enemy gets wind of what we're after. In fact, they might have already. We'd be wise to consider the possibility of a massive battle in the Valley of Torment. You're right. We should be catching the enemy off guard, but they might have enough time to deploy a small elite force. That probably depends on Count Hevering, since he's defending the West and how quickly the Emperor will react. The sooner she does, the more likely they'll send a larger army. That being said, we'll also be deploying a small raiding party of our most elite in anticipation of that. Not to mention we'll be doing battle in ALL, where larger numbers aren't particularly at an advantage. I don't think it'll be impossible to win. Oh my, we might be finally able to return to Garrick Mach. The monastery serves as a symbol of the Holy Church of Saros. In the name of the goddess, we must stop at nothing to reclaim it. Further, if we do return, we shall no longer have to burden the kingdom so. It's been so long, Father. How have you been faring in the Alliance? Just fine, Annette. I'm relieved to see no harm has come to you. Yeah, the other's doing a good job looking out for me. Are you going to be joining us in the fight for Garrick Mach? I would like to, but I've been charged with managing our reserve troops. Once I've finished here, I am to return to capital to gather Duke Ifon and Margrave Gautier. Work yourself to the bone as usual. Not that I want you fighting on the front lines, but isn't running around doing all these errands exhausting? Indeed it is, but you must forgive me. These duties bear great importance as well. Where we are now isn't unbearable, but I'm sure we'll get hotter once we enter the valley. Many people from Fargus don't do well in the heat, so I can't help be but concerned for them. There's gotta be a way to still stay cool even in the valley. Maybe we can ask someone who knows ice magic? Oh yes, that might work. We can consult with scholars. Won't be in any condition to fight if we're all exhausted once we reach the monastery. Hey, I'm Jets, the #1 breadwinner in Gerald's Mercenaries. Nice to meet you. Do I have a brother? I don't know. I've been alone my entire life. But you're looking like I seen a ghost. Was it something I said? I wonder if that's, Abyss Keeper's brother.
Got a minute?
The previous leader of the Alliance looked gentle as a kitten, but was tough as nails old man who kept his cards close to his chest. What do you think of this new guy, Claude? I've been doing some digging into him. Not sure yet. Why are you looking into the guy? Got my reasons. Nothing worth talking about, though.
Welcome. Is that the... Thanks a bunch.
Garrick Mach smack dab in the middle of Fodlan, right?
Yeah.
I know it's got historical significance, but is it really worth sacrificing so many lives over?
Let's see.
It's a huge building, probably with some crazy catacombs underneath. Who knows what kind of secrets might be hiding down there? You think so too? There definitely were some suspicious passages between the monastery. Or beneath, rather. So yeah, Alois is at least here. I had our formations adjusted so I could avoid the knights, well, Lady Rhea specifically. But I didn't expect she'd come to this camp herself. I doubt the Kingdom Army expected it either. I don't mind if you talk to Lady Rhea, but just keep us out of it. And especially don't mention Niklaus. The two of them have a bit of a complicated history.
That's concerning.
Sure feels strange fraternizing with our arch enemies. But bridging the gap is all part of the fun. I suppose you didn't get the pun. You see, it's a play on arch enemies and bridging the gap. Haha, what do you think? I've been really sharpening my joke skills the past 2 years. I'm not telling him. Arvel said it best earlier in the playthrough. Greetings, Commander. Nothing to report. Now that we got the Alliance and Church on our side, I'm starting to think we could win this thing. You have a real humdinger of a battle coming, so I'll be cheering you on from here.
Hey!
They say that long ago this area wasn't a valley but a lush, vast forest. But when the goddess saw how thoroughly corrupt humans had become, she flew into a rage. She unleashed divine judgment from the heavens, reducing the entire region of Aelel to ash. Do you think the flames are still burning under the ground after all this time?
Supplies are the lifeblood of any army. Everything has its use.
Wow.
The Serang army would have invaded by now if we didn't have the Margrave keeping watch. After one particularly fierce conflict long ago, it was agreed that Serang and its people would be subjected to Fargus' will. However, they still attack in hopes of claiming our fertile lands. On the other hand, Dusker and Fargus had a tumultuous relationship decades ago. And yet you can count on the number of conflicts between them in one hand. That could be due to Dusker's lands being more fertile than the ones in Fargus. The Valley of Torment. The name alone sends chills down my spine. And even if I survive, my father's gonna be waiting at Garrick Mach on the other side. Now I'm doubly terrified. You all go ahead, I'm just gonna go burrow under a blanket forever.
Come on.
Hang in there, Bernadetta, you can do this. We're gonna need all our best fighters to win this thing. Yeah, you're right, maybe I can do this. Well, we've stayed a good while, but it's finally time to say goodbye to the Kingdom Army base camp. Once the Battle of Garrick Mox is over, we'll be joining up with the Alliance. I promised the gang here we throw back a few drinks and celebrate once Garrick Mox is reclaimed. If this plan works and we retake Garrick Mox, then the war will be over, as long as the Empire isn't run by fools, that is.
Are you sure?
You think so? We might drive the Empire back, but who knows how long the Alliance will play nice. Yeah, that possibility hadn't crossed my mind. You're sharper than you look. What are those people thinking approaching Garrick Mox through that insufferable valley? It's unbearably hot, the paths are precarious, and danger lurks around every corner. What misery. It's so depressing, in fact, that I want to go back to bed. Now that the Alliance forces have joined us, we should be returning to Claude's command. However, we will continue to work with you until we have reclaimed the monastery. Glad to hear it. I was worried you'd cut out here as soon as you could. We fought so many battles together at this point it's like you belong here anyways. The order comes from Claude, but it was never our intention to leave partway through. You're proof of the friendship between the Kingdom and the Alliance, so to speak. We appreciate your continued cooperation.
A moment.
I know the terrain from Garrick Mox to ALL well. I shall act as our guide. Of course, the Archbishop will be leading us in battle and is prepared to employ the full might of the Knights of Saros. If we squander this opportunity, so goes our chance to retake Garrick Mox. We must succeed at all costs. The goddess's protection is on our side. Let us fight together to reclaim victory. At long last, it seems we'll be able to return to Garrick Mox. The monastery is like a home to me. It's the only place I can imagine going back to. I vow to do my very best, so I hope you all lend me your strength. Once we are safely behind Garrick Mox walls again, I hope we can open the Officers' Academy as well.
Oh, it's you.
Alright, this is it. We're finally storming Garrick Mox. My blood's boiling. But I gotta say, if we're gonna attack him anyways, there's no need to sweat our backsides off sneaking through ALL. We should just kick down the door and start knocking Imperial skulls. Haha. What Merced has said about the Death Knight has been bothering me. I also talked to some people in the Alliance army and they haven't seen him either. A monster like him can't live without fighting, so it's hard to believe he's just gone.
What do you think?
Maybe he left the military. Life pulls you all sorts of directions, you know. You really think he'd do that? Doesn't sound like likely to me. Still, it's all fine with me if it means we don't have to face him again. I wonder if it means he's gonna show up on this next battle.
You must speak.
I have returned to ALL. Last time I was defeated and surrendered. At that time I was chasing the Archbishop. She is here now also. Is this what is called fate?
That reminds me.
Yep, definitely seems like a twist of fate, but this time you're fighting on the same side. Yes, we were enemies then. Now we are allies. We will not be losing. It feels like a bad omen for battle. Perhaps this is why my heart is racing. I hope for a swift return to my unit, but now we've come so far together. I must admit, I've grown very fond of the people in this army. I used to feel such animosity towards Fargus, but now I actually want them to win. Can't believe it.
That's not good.
There haven't been any sightings of Ferdy or Hubie in months. I hope they've been merely stripped of their station and not something worse. I know there are enemies, but I wonder if we'll see them at Garrick Mox. We're gonna take back the monastery next, aren't we? It's been ages. I missed the Officers' Academy. I was never good at book learning, but it was fun hanging out with everyone from our classes. What do you remember the most?
Yeah.
Probably the mock battle, though I wouldn't say it was exactly a good memory. Oh yeah, you got yourself into a real mess back there. We had a great party afterwards, though. I wonder what's going on at the monastery right now. Is anyone from the old days still there?
Please, listen.
While you were fighting in the west, we've been shuttling between the eastern and western fronts providing support. The eastern front has had their share of struggles as well. The Alliance's meager forces were up against the Minister of Military's army after all. Though the enemy was superior in number and more experienced, the Alliance was able to stave off the onslaught through a deft deployment of strategies. Oh, Cyril's back.
Hey.
A lot of people in the church are wound up about that power of yours. Some of them even suspect you're in league with Tomas. But I don't think it's true. He can trust you, right?
Right on.
Of course, I'm not good at putting one over on people anyways. Gotcha. You know, I was told to keep you away from Lady Rhea, but she seems to trust you, so I'm not gonna worry about it.
Say.
So tell me, are you one of the people worried about Lady Rhea's ability to command on the front lines? Nah, not really. She used to deploy the knights to settle conflicts, didn't she? And a good effect from what I've heard. It's not hard to imagine she'd make a great commander. That's right, she's got more experience leading armies than most of our generals combined. I wanted to fight by her side, but Lady Rhea insisted I aid the Kingdom Army.
So it is.
I've heard tell of your exploits. You have been working rather hard despite your station as a mercenary. Though it may not have been for the church, you have saved our lives nonetheless. As the Archbishop of the Church of Saros, allow me to express my sincere gratitude.
You sure?
Oh, it was nothing. No need to thank me personally or anything. You have earned the goddess's favor regardless of your beliefs. The Empire, on the other hand, must face severe punishment for inciting such a foolish conflict. I ask that you continue to wield your magnificent power with righteousness. For Fodlan and all who reside here, I am counting on you.
Well, how'd it go? Any result? Good result.
I have finally returned to my old self. Now my name should be known throughout all of Fargus as well. Good luck with that. How are you going to make a name for yourself? Through magic, of course. My aim is to master the mystical arts. I swear one day I shall restore House Nouvelle to its former glory. It's quite fortunate we were able to convince Gerald's mercenaries to join our cause. Indeed. I will have no doubt they will play a key role in recapturing Garrick Mach. Though it pains me to send them into battle when they wish to avoid the church. Fodlan's fate hangs in the balance. We have no choice but to rely on their strength. Yes, we must join forces now and end this conflict as swiftly as possible. And then I did miss one person on the east side of the map. Are we sure Her Grace the Archbishop should be commanding the front lines? It could get really hairy out there. Can she even fight? But I did hear she took command during the battle when the monastery fell. At any rate, we can't let anything happen to her. Gotta stay sharp out there. Alright, so we've talked to everybody, so now time to partake in camp activities. So yeah, you can get full rankings with both of them, so you have 2 supports with each of them. And considering I got the bad ending in the Black Eagles route, I have not seen any of their supports or anything.
Care to make yourself useful?
It's just so weird to be able to play as Gerald and then just have Byleth not be the main character.
I've got nothing to worry about with the 2 of you on the job.
A little father-son team. Huh? Not a bad idea. We'll get more done than some random pairing.
Right. We'll show them we can work together in more places than the battlefield.
Well, it's also nice to see Gerald, like, be alive in this timeline.
What about you?
I this old man held your kids back.
I mean, I know this, like, I think they can be recruited in all 3 routes, so basically in half the routes, Gerald dies, and half of them he survives.
We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful. We all must do our fair share to make yourself useful. Care to make yourself useful? We all must do our fair share. Care to make yourself useful? We all must do our fair share. To make yourself useful? We all must do our fair share. To make yourself useful? We all must do our fair share.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Silverheart. So that's their default class, and then eventually they go to Enlighten one. And then Gerald. He starts as a Holy Knight. So I'll go ahead and get Violet and Niklaus and Gerald going.
Training can be the difference between victory and defeat.
Alright, go ahead and upgrade Violet to the Swordmaster class.
I hope to master.
Alright, now Happy can upgrade
Between victory and defeat.
to Gremory class. Alright, go ahead and get the final bit of training in.
Time to work with proper training to be unstoppable.
Bernadetta, what's wrong? A rat in the base?
Wait, a rat? Nobody told me about a rat! Oh no, oh no! It's gonna nibble on all my snacks!
Hey, calm down. I mean a real rat. I was talking about an spy or something.
Oh, right. Anyway, it's something kind of like that, but different. It's really, really bad.
Kind of like a spy, but different. Slow down and tell me what you saw.
Well, you see, there was this lady in the camper who didn't look scary at all, and even seemed kind of nice. Shyness and fear of strangers got you down, huh? Well, let's see if I have something that can help. Thanks. I think I've got just the herb. It's gonna put you out a good few gold coins. But this baby will do wonders for relieving stress. And then... I've got something a little more, shall we say, tasteful. Real under-the-table kind of stuff. It's a pot that makes people like you. I would probably recommend against it. But the thing's on sale if you really want it. Okay there? I just remembered something. There are lots of scary people out there who pretend to look nice just so they can prey on you. And you must be one of them! was weird. I'm not that scary, am I?
Poor Anna.
And that's how it all happened. I'd be dragged up and murdered if it wasn't for you. But was that just Anna? She's here all the time selling wares. I mean, not all of it's the most reputable stuff, but I don't think she's trying to cheat anyone. She's definitely not a murderer. This is all my fault. I should go apologize to her later.
Huh? She's not evil?
Not that I know of. I'm also pretty sure it's not the first time you've met her.
I don't know. I'm bad at faces.
You're pretty judgmental, you know that?
Huh?
What do we do? How about this? There's this murderer on my crew. A real terrifying looking hunk of muscle. Sweetest little teddy bear on the inside, though. If anyone's gonna help you overcome this, it's him.
Okay, I accept this challenge. You've got this, Bernie.
So yeah, this particular support is really funny because it heavily implies that she was trying to sell Bernie weed.
Hey, I was looking for you. Didn't think I'd find you down by the river. That's an awful lot of blood on your cloak.
I thought sticking it in the water would help get it out.
I don't know. That fight went on for a while. And blood doesn't come out so easily, even if you start washing it right away. If you ask me, it's more trouble than it's worth. You have another one, right?
I do, but I'd still like to use this one if I can. Something wrong?
Hmm? Oh, sorry. It's just, you remind me of Citri, of your mother, back when we first met.
How so?
This one time when she was trying really hard to get the stains out of a handkerchief. She had your same quiet composure and everything, and when I asked her if she had another one, you know what she told me? She just turned and said, if I can still use this one, I'd rather not throw it away.
Well, that's not exactly the same.
Maybe not. But I still see so much of her in you. I was first getting to know her. I never saw her laugh or cry, just like someone else I could match.
You know, you never really used to talk about it. But you've been doing it a lot lately. Why is that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm feeling a little regret for dragging you into the mercenary life. You've never had a place to call home. You don't have any friends your age, and it's been one bloody battle after another since this war broke out. If she were still alive, your life would be entirely different. You'd be with her, and things would be peaceful.
I don't regret my life here with you. I might not have a whole lot of friends, but you've always been there for me. Living by the sword suits me just fine. And I've had no shortage of allies. So...
You're right. There's no cause for regrets. You really are just like her, though. You know that?
So yeah, Byleth, it looks like, can get some, like, max supports with everyone, but only has, support conversations with you and Gerald, I think he has some with Manuela, but that's about it. Alright, go ahead and save. I'm just trying to get all the preparation, like, even if it means going on for an additional, like, half an hour, I'm getting all the preparations done so that we can just go right into the Chapter 13 battle on Friday, or tomorrow at this point. Not too many more preparations, it's really just getting Byleth and Gerald situated. Knight Captain's sword. Yeah, of course that's their battalion, that's cool.
My instruction comes at a high price.
Yeah, it's like I gotta get Byleth and Geralt situated.
Don't neglect your daily studies.
You have unlocked the Paralog Battle, Evil's Bane, and Love's Protection. Okay, so there's a Paralog with Catherine, Shamir, and Geralt. Okay, so next stream we'll be starting with the Paralog, and then we'll be jumping into Chapter 13. Well, considering that Catherine isn't playable in the Black Eagles route, this would have been the first time I would have seen this anyway, so yeah. Alright, go ahead and save one more time out of Paranoia, and then I will go ahead and wrap up the stream. Alright. Alright, thank you for tuning into the stream. I was able to make some progress, or more progress this time around. Of course, this next chapter is going to be a lot shorter. It's just a paralog and then just jumping right into it. So we should be able to do chapters 13 and 14 and just to get at least start some progress into 15. And then at that pace, I should be able to beat the game next week. I should still be on pace. I don't know. I think it's 17 chapters because I know those optional chapters are coming up. I'm not going to spoil what it is. I already looked into what happens in the good ending and oh my gosh. So yeah, in terms of the plan for this week, tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Castlevania Dracula X, just going to try to beat it and get the best ending, and then time permitting I'll do something else. And then Friday I'll be continuing this, kind of in the manner that I just discussed. And that wraps it up for what's going on this week. So thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for another exciting stream. Have a good night, guys. Bye.